Chapter 718. The fresh wounds on Li Xiong-tu's body slowly turned into scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bit by bit they formed scars. Soon, the scars turned from red to dark red before turning black. Then they started to wrinkle. Everyone's eyes widened. They were dumbfounded. Was this the effect of a pill? However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Li Xiong-tu said unconsciously, "It's so itchy." He couldn't help but scratch, rustle, rustle, rustle. Wherever he scratched, the scars would fall off like flour, revealing the fresh skin underneath. Wherever he didn't scratch, the scars started to dry up and fall off. In an instant, Li Xiong-tu's body became as smooth as a newborn baby's. It was white with a tinge of red. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Everyone stared at Li Xiong-tu's body in a daze. They didn't even blink. There was only one shocking voice in their hearts that kept repeating, "Calamity, Sword Master! Heavy pill! Calamity, Sword Master! Heavy pill!" Li Ba-tian almost vomited blood. "Damn, it's good enough that you've recovered. Why did you have to do a reality show in front of everyone? How am I going to end this?" What he didn't know was that the heavy pill that Chu Yang had taken out had additional ingredients. Not only was there a hallucinogenic drug, but there was also a drug that made his entire body itch. There was even a drug that made him feel hot all over. With these three ingredients working at the same time, even if Li Xiong-tu was the most resilient person in the world, he wouldn't be able to take it. Finally, the feeling in his body dissipated. Li Xiong-tu also woke up. He moved his body strangely and asked in confusion, "I've recovered? I've recovered." Li Ba-tian was about to cry, "Brother, put on your clothes." Apart from the Li clan, the other 24 pairs of eyes from the other 8 clans all focused on Li Xiong-tu's day. Their gazes were complicated and they kept flashing. One of the calamities, one of the future ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. It's actually this person. Humph, 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 humph. How can I let the Li clan gain such a huge advantage? However, on the surface, no one made a sound. In fact, they didn't even mention the words Calamity Swordmaster. Everyone's heart was filled with passion. Even a person like Li Xiong-tu was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Was this still the father-in-law of the great ruling family? When did he become so approachable? But in their hearts, all of them were cursing inwardly. With such an obvious target, if we let you, one of the calamities, live to dominate the heavens, then we really don't need to be human anymore. What's more, with your current strength, you're even weaker than trash. Everyone silently calculated in their hearts. The enforcer's eyes flashed with shock. Then he said a few words, and everyone continued on their way. A few days later, all the major clans finally received the news. All members who were outside were to return to their clans as soon as possible. The heavenly layer world was about to be sealed. Everyone was shocked. They quickened their pace and rushed into the upper 3 heavens. Li Ba-tian continuously sent out emergency requests for help. When they reached the upper 3 heavens, the Li clan had already gathered 12 martial saints to escort them. The group of people rushed back to the Li clan. Li Ba-tian finally felt relieved. Damn it, we're finally safe. But in the eyes of the other clans, everyone knew what was going on. Everyone wore cold smiles on their faces as they bade farewell and left. This matter must be reported to the clan as soon as possible. Everyone thought fiercely, "Fuck, the Li clan? They actually want to continue? What the hell?" Chu Yang sank to the bottom of the lake of despair like a rock. At this moment, he even had a feeling that he was safe and relaxed. In this warm water, he felt warm. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It was full of comfort and contentment. He didn't feel any danger at all. His body kept sinking. The water in the lake of despair didn't seem to have any buoyancy. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the lake water that surrounded him. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After a long while, he remembered. There were no fish or prawns in this water. There weren't any living creatures. Even the corpses that had been thrown down had disappeared. The lake water was clean and transparent. There weren't any impurities. Furthermore, Chuyang didn't feel suffocated in this lake water at all. Everything felt as if he was outside in broad daylight. The sword point, the sword edge, and the sword blade, the three parts of the broken sword emitted a bright light. They surrounded and guarded Chuyang as they floated downwards. Everything was so calm. Chuyang wanted to recall the situation when he had obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword in his previous life. But he suddenly realized that he couldn't remember. It was as if this calm and gentle lake water had cut off his memories of his previous life. After sinking for a long time, Chuyang finally felt that he had stepped on something. He looked down and realized that it was a rock that was as white as jade. Furthermore, as far as he could see, the entire bottom of the lake was filled with rocks like this. Every rock was squarish and huge. They had a radius of more than 100 feet. In the center of every rock there was a small, dark red hole. Countless hot bubbles came out from this dark red hole. It warmed up the entire lake. Chuyang stood on this white, jade-like rock. He felt that the soles of his feet were extremely warm. There wasn't any burning sensation at all. Looking around, he couldn't help but be amazed. Who was it that had set up such an uncanny workmanship at the bottom of the lake? Suddenly, there was a faintly discernible movement in front of him. The sword tip of the Calamity Sword became excited. With a flash of light, it rushed towards the place where the movement came from. The sword edge and sword edge followed closely behind. Chuyang's heart moved. He followed closely behind. He thought, could it be that the sword spirit had guessed wrongly? What danger is there? Although he thought so, Chuyang didn't let down his guard at all. After floating for thousands of feet, a hole with white light appeared in front of him. It was at the bottom of the lake. It still led straight underground. This hole emitted a gentle white light and called out to him. It seemed to be saying to Chuyang, "Come, come, let me devour you." Chuyang clearly felt that there was something that he had desired for his entire life inside. Without any hesitation, Chuyang threw himself into it. He threw himself into a place called Lujing, but Chuyang would never have thought that he would come to such a place. Chapter 719. Chuyang threw himself into the cave without hesitation. The moment his body disappeared into the cave, Chuyang felt his vision blur. The blazing white light in front of him turned into darkness. After taking a few steps forward, he saw a faint light in front of him. Chuyang frowned and walked forward step by step. 7 feet ahead, Chuyang took a step forward. A figure flashed in front of him, and a person appeared in front of him. "GMO!" Chuyang exclaimed, "Why are you here?" The person who appeared in front of him was GMO. He grinned and raised his eyebrows mischievously. "Boss, you didn't expect this, right?" "Indeed, I didn't expect this." Chuyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally suspected that it was an illusion, but the moment his hands touched GMO, he felt a familiar and real touch. He knew that this was not an illusion. "Hee, boss, Missouri Tianji knew that you would come here to take risks. So, when you were lying in the tent, we came down first." GMO grinned. He was very happy. "Boss, don't hide such things from us in the future. We are brothers. How can you take risks alone?" GMO laughed. "If we don't live and die together, how can we be brothers? Boss, you are too arrogant." Chuyang said shamefully, "It's my fault. I didn't want you to worry about me." Halfway through, he suddenly realized, "Aren't you all here? Where are the others?" GMO smiled. "Of course, they are in front." He took a step forward and held Chuyang's hand. "Boss, I will bring you to them." Ha ha ha. The two of them walked forward holding hands. Chuyang felt that his heart was filled with happiness at this moment. This bunch of people. He didn't know if he was satisfied or blaming them, but he muttered something. Another person came out in front. It was Luo Kadi. Whoa, boss, you didn't expect this, right? Luo Kadi shouted excitedly and pounced over with bared fangs. Chu Yang's heart was filled with warmth. He scolded with a smile, "You little wolf! Humph, you actually lied to me. See how I will deal with you when we get back." Luo Kadi laughed happily as he got closer and closer. Suddenly, Chu Yang's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Be careful!" Because he was horrified to discover that a blazing sword light had appeared behind Luo Kadi. A sword brimming with the aura of death was flying towards Luo Kadi's back at lightning speed. This sword was soundless, and even the water flow did not change at all. But it was so sinister that it made Chu Yang feel despair. Luo Kadi's face was still filled with the joy of being with his brothers, and the joy of finally being able to help Chu Yang. He did not react to Chu Yang's roar at all, and asked in confusion, "What?" Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang roared in heartache. He felt as if his heart had suddenly shattered. Luo Kadi was already 20 feet away from him, but his body was forever frozen in place. The tip of a sword suddenly emerged from Luo Kadi's mouth. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword and spread across the water. This sword strike was so vicious that it was precisely aimed at Luo Kadi's heart. Even if Chu Yang had 10,000 complete heavy pills, he would not be able to save Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi still had a smile on his face, but it had already turned into ashes. Fresh blood continued to gush out from his chest. He barely managed to control himself, and he coughed and laughed. I originally wanted to help Boss, but I didn't expect that I would only make Boss sad. I'm really sorry about this. Little wolf. Chu Yang roared and rushed forward. The tip of the sword in Luo Kadi's mouth moved, and it disappeared with a whoosh. "Don't pull out the sword. Don't pull it out." Chu Yang roared in heartache, and he even pleaded. He knew that if the tip of the sword was pulled out, Luo Kadi's last bit of life would also be taken away. But the sword was still pulled out, and it disappeared. Luo Kadi's body swayed, and he finally fell forward. Chu Yang let out a heart-wrenching scream, and he rushed forward, hugging Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi's body trembled in his embrace. He tried his best to open his eyes, and he looked at Chu Yang. His face was full of longing and regret, but his eyes finally became calm. He even moved his lips, and a smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "Boss, I'm sorry. I went back on my words. If there's a next life, I will definitely accompany you, traversing the heavens." "Brother." Chu Yang hugged Luo Kadi tightly, and his whole body trembled. His tears fell like rain, and he choked. "Don't go!" Luo Kadi looked at him in a daze, and he finally squeezed out a smile and said, "Woo! Boss, don't cry. I'll lose face if I have a crying boss." He raised his hand, as if he wanted to wipe away the tears on Chu Yang's face, but his hand was only halfway, and he suddenly dropped it. His eyes were filled with regret, and he was deeply worried. "Little wolf." Chu Yang roared towards the sky, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. He stared with his eyes wide open, and the corners of his eyes were already cracked. He looked at the place where the fatal blow came from with hatred. There was no one there. "Come out." Chu Yang roared furiously. "Who are you? Fuck your 8 generations of ancestors. Come out and die. Come out and die." Chu Yang roared crazily, and his eyes were red. Chu Yang had killed people before, and he had also scolded people before, but he had never scolded his relatives like this before. But this time he could no longer hold back. The water opposite him was calm. There was no movement at all. If Luo Kadi's body was not clearly in Chu Yang's arms, Chu Yang would almost think that this was a dream. "Little wolf." GMO screamed sharply and rushed over while crying crazily, "Little wolf! Little wolf! Little wolf, what happened to you? Wake up! Wake up! caressing Luo Kudi's cold face and looking at Luo Kudi's apologetic eyes. GMO finally burst into tears. "Don't scare me! Don't scare me!" Chu Yang's facial muscles spasmed crazily, and his eyes shot out a terrifying light. He picked up Luo Kudi's body and slowly walked forward. "Little wolf, I want you to see with your own eyes that I will avenge you," Chu Yang murmured, and slowly walked forward with Luo Kudi's body in his arms. His whole body was already prepared for battle. "Boss!" Ji Mo's cry came from behind, and Chu Yang's whole body shook. There was no sadness in Ji Mo's cry, only reluctance, surprise, and a touch of disbelief. Chu Yang turned around like a whirlwind. Suddenly there was a wild cry and two cries, and blood spurted out continuously. Two shining swords were being pulled out of Ji Mo's body from both sides. The swords flashed, and blood was everywhere. After a section was pulled out, the blood dissipated in the water. Ji Mo's mouth was constantly bleeding, but his two hands were tightly grasping the sword that was being pulled out from the left side of his body. The sword's edge. Blood came out from his hand that was holding the sword's edge. He struggled, and his eyes were anxious. "Boss, don't worry about me, Gu and the others are still in front. You go quickly. There may be danger." He took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. "I am with Little Wolf. We are not afraid. Boss, you go quickly." At this moment, the sword turned with a whoosh, and Jimo's 10 fingers fell off neatly. The sword's edge also spun a circle in his heart. Two silhouettes flashed like illusions, letting out sinister sneers as they appeared and disappeared in the next moment. Chu Yang did not have time to chase after them. In his heart, that was almost numb from grief, there was only a large amount of blood. He could not think of anything else. Fresh blood spread in the water. Ji Mo's face convulsed, and this was the last pain of his life. But he did not scream and only smiled. "Boss, care about the living, not the dead. We are leaving. You guys take care." Then his body trembled, and anxiety and worry in his eyes suddenly froze. His eyes were still wide open, and they were still flashing with urging. "Go quickly. They are in danger. They need you. Brother, I beg of you." Chu Yang let out a long and crazy howl, as if his heart had been cut to pieces. His heart became ice cold. Two brothers had become corpses in front of him. Just a moment ago, they were still laughing and joking with him, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone from this world. Even his last request was so heart-wrenching. The first meeting in the lower 3 heavens, the vigorous training, the grievance of being forced to wash socks, the high spirits of the ranking competition, the dominance of the lower 3 heavens, and the ambition of the upper 3 heavens were all gone. Everything was gone. "Awudagant, I am so happy today." This was Jimo's voice, and he was roaring continuously after breaking through. Awu, is it finally my turn?" This was Luo Kudi, who was unwilling to be left out before the big battle. Chu Yang could even clearly remember the burning fighting spirit on Luo Kudi's face at that time. "Brother." Chu Yang closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears fell silently. Luo Kudi's body slipped from his hand silently, and he lay down beside GMO. Chu Yang's eyes were full of tears. He forced himself not to look at the corpses of his 2 brothers, but he could not help but look again. Then he rushed out furiously and indignantly. GMO was right. Gu Duxing and the rest were still in front, and there were still other brothers. They might have encountered danger. It might even be more dangerous than here. Care about living, not caring about death. This sentence was very true. However, such a simple choice was simply too cruel for the current him. It was too cruel. Chu Yang rushed forward crazily. In front of him, banging sounds could be heard continuously, along with angry roars and shouts. A few figures were crazily attacking each other in this area of water. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. Gu Duxing was not dead. The other brothers were still here. He rushed forward hurriedly. He was afraid that if he was a step late, what awaited him would be a new tragedy. The hazy scene suddenly brightened, and a large empty space appeared in front of him. Gu Duxing's face was cold and serious, and his sword was like a dragon. Ao Xian's sword was like a cold star. Xie Dan Qiong's flowers were dancing, and Mo Tianji's clothes were fluttering. Tan Tan and Xie Dan Feng were attacking together. They were each fighting crazily with a guy whose clothes were almost the same as the water. Chu Yang approached like a whirlwind. He took a look at the ranking list, and he was ranked 10th in the monthly votes. He was about to fall out of the top 10, ha ha ha. Chapter 720. Yang, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Chu Feiling's tone was slightly reproachful, but most of it was relief. Fortunately, I finally reacted and rushed here. Child, you must be strong. Chu Yang looked at him blankly and said, as if he was in a dream, The beautiful woman was already sobbing. She looked at Chu Yang closely. Her eyes were full of guilt and heartache. Child, you've suffered. You are? Chu Yang felt something in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. This is your mother. Chu Feiling sighed. Do you know that once we confirmed your news, we couldn't sit still anymore? Your mother insisted on coming with me. Child, put down your sword. Don't do anything stupid. Don't tell me that you want your mother to lose you forever again after losing you for 18 years and finally being able to see you again after losing you for 18 years? How can your mother bear that? Chu Feiling said sadly. My mother? Chu Yang opened his mouth. He only felt that his soul, which had been broken into pieces, exploded again and disintegrated again. In an instant he saw stars. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore. His body swayed and he fainted. He only felt that he had fallen into a gentle and loving embrace. This smell, this feeling, it was so lingering and intoxicating. Chu Yang cried loudly after he fainted. He thought that he had changed his fate, but he didn't expect it to become even crueler. All of his brothers were miserable in front of him, and he could only look on helplessly. This blow to Chu Yang was worse than Mo Qing, Wu's virginity in his previous life. His heart was already in despair, but at this moment his parents came to his side. The warm embrace of his mother, which he had never tasted before, embraced him so warmly, Chu Yang was at a loss. What should he do? He could only faint. Chu Yang was awakened by a tremor. When he woke up, he found himself in his mother's arms, and his body was constantly being turned. It was actually a high-speed movement. Could it be? Chu Yang opened his eyes and found that Chu Feiling and his mother were besieged. All around there were masked men in black. How could this be? Chu Feiling's body was already covered with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. Mother's body was also bleeding. Chu Yang was shocked. He flipped over and broke free. Then he pulled out his sword. Ha ha ha. Chu Feiling, we were able to force you and your wife into a corner 18 years ago, and today we can kill your entire family here. The leader of the masked men laughed. This is your son, right? Ha ha ha. What a pity. We've just reunited, and now we're going to have our whole family together. I express my deepest regret. Another person laughed wildly. Chu Feiling and his wife gritted their teeth and frantically blocked the other party's attacks. However, they were defeated. Their cultivations were simply not on the same level as the other party. Chu Yang roared and attacked with his sword. However, Chu Feiling and his wife suddenly grabbed him at the same time. Yang, leave quickly. No. Chu Yang roared madly. How could he leave at this time? Let's go. Don't let the two of us die. Mother looked at Chu Yang with sad eyes. Child, 18 years ago we were chased by these people, so we had no choice but to separate you from us. I didn't expect that today. She looked at her son longingly. Her eyes were full of reluctance and love. Child, leave. You're alive and our greatest hope. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. The shining tip of a sword protruded from her chest. She let out a muffled groan. She exerted force in her hand, and Chu Failing exerted force at the same time. They threw Chu Yang's body far away. The bodies of the husband and wife were instantly submerged in a sea of swords and sabers. Chu Yang's body was flying backward, but his spirit had already collapsed. His mother's eyes were still looking at him lovingly, until she was completely submerged in the sea of swords and sabers. No, no. Chu Yang roared. He only felt that his spirit was also convulsing. Don't be so cruel. I was in my mother's arms for less than 15 minutes? It's actually an eternal separation again. Chu Yang could feel that his soul was gradually shattering. His consciousness was slowly collapsing. In the distance, the group of men in black had already stopped. At their feet, 2 bloodied bodies lay motionless. Chu Yang's heart and soul were completely shattered. That little one is still alive. Kill him. The men in black roared and chased after Chu Yang. Chu Yang roared and drew his sword to meet them. He only thought about destruction. He only thought of madness. He also knew that his parents wanted him to escape and live on. This was their last wish. He really shouldn't risk his life at this time, but he had already experienced the tragedy of his brothers, and now he saw his parents in front of him. Chu Yang had already collapsed. He didn't care about any consequences at all. He had nothing left to live for. Both sides were about to come into contact. The men in black surrounded him with ferocious gazes from all directions. Chu Yang's eyes were crazed. He roared and rushed forward. At this moment, "Don't hurt my brother Chu Yang." A rainbow shadow fell from the sky. A dreamlike saber appeared in front of Chu Yang. With 2 clangs, it cut the 2 swords into 2. A graceful figure in red landed lightly in front of him. A little girl appeared in front of him. Yes, compared to when they parted, Mo Qinggu had obviously grown a lot taller. At this moment, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes were looking at him worriedly. "Little Wu." Chu Yang moaned, as if crying and laughing at the same time. "Brother Chu Yang, are you okay?" Mo Qinggu rushed toward him. "You really shouldn't have come." Chu Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt powerless. Grief, despair, and anxiety. Mo Qinggu rushing over now. Wasn't it the same as sending herself to death? "Where are your 2 masters?" Chu Yang's mind flashed. If Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing were here, they would definitely save Mo Qinggu's life. They didn't come. Mo Qinggu pouted and said, "They came back to visit family this time. They met second brother at the foot of the mountain. They came up to find you and asked me to wait by the lake. I waited for a while, but they didn't come up, so I came down too," she blinked. Where are second brother and the rest?" Chu Yang's heart was in pain. He closed his eyes in pain and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Go quickly." But the black-clothed men had already surrounded him. Sabers and swords were coming down together. Chu Yang's body was instantly enveloped in a sea of saber light and sword shadows. "No!" Mo Qingwu's shrill scream suddenly rushed in madly. Her petite body slammed into Chu Yang's body and actually knocked Chu Yang's body out. The saber light was like a waterfall. In an instant, Mo Qingwu's body bloomed with a brilliant bloody light. Chu Yang wanted to scream, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Mo Qingwu's petite figure trembled in the blood. Her eyes were full of pain. Finally, she slowly fell into Chu Yang's arms and looked at him affectionately. "Brother Chu Yang, you're hugging me. I am so happy." She took 2 quick breaths. Her eyes shone brightly, as if the flame of life was beating for the last time. "Brother Chu Yang, I originally wanted to wait for me to grow up and marry you, but I can't grow up anymore. Little Wu." Chu Yang looked at Mo Qinggu numbly. Suddenly he felt like his head was exploding. With a loud bang, all his thoughts, all his memories, all his experiences, all his everything, all turned into pieces. He already couldn't feel pain, sadness, regret, can't feel anything. Mo Chingu looked at him deeply and said miserably, "Brother Chu Yang, hug me. I'm so cold." Chu Yang's tears fell like rain. He hugged this petite body tightly, wishing that he could rub her into his body. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He only felt that his chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. At any time his chest would explode. Mo Qingwu's breathing gradually weakened. Her lotus-like arms that were tightly hugging Chu Yang tightened and then loosened. She used up the last of her strength to tighten her arms and then loosen them again. She swayed in the air and a blissful smile suddenly appeared on her face. She blushed and murmured, "I'm so happy and I can't bear to. Brother Chu Yang, if there's a next life, how good would it be? I'll definitely give birth to a lot of children for you and be the best wife for you." Her voice suddenly stopped. And Mo Qingwu's eyes slowly closed. She fell into a deep sleep in Chu Yang's arms. Her fan-like eyelashes gently covered her eyelids, but she wouldn't open them again. Chu Yang knelt down in a daze. He didn't feel anything. "In my previous life, you were in my arms, and you closed your eyes in my arms. In this life, you slept in my arms for me again. I still see you close your eyes with my own eyes. I still see you in my arms with my own eyes. I feel your body, temperature, gradually turning cold. I still can't do anything. I still can't do anything. Why? Why? My brother, my parents, my lover." Chu Yang hugged Mo Qingwu and roared at the sky unconsciously. His heart was gone, his soul was already illusory. His spirit shattered, his consciousness exploded instantly. His spirit was shattering bit by bit. His spirit, that was originally damaged at this moment, was like a 1,000-mile river dike with a gap opened. The flood rushed out from the gap, and this majestic river dike gap became more and more and more and more in his mind. Cracks gradually appeared in the tribulation space. Chu Yang stood quietly in a daze. His past flashed through his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sad and bewildered smile. "It's over. There's no other shore in the lake of despair. There's indeed no other shore. Brothers, Du Xing, Tianji, GMO, Little Wolf Lover, Qinggu, Qinggu Father, Chu Failing Mother, Mother." Chu Yang's heart suddenly shook crazily. He suddenly remembered. "I only know my father's name. Mother. What's my mother's name?" Chu Yang's body stiffened. "I don't have a nickname. When Master calls me, he always calls me by my full name and surname. My only nickname is Ichi, which Tan Ten jokingly calls me, but my parents call me Yang Yang. Why do they call me Yang Yang?" Meng Chaoran's indifferent eyes appeared in front of Chu Yang. "My lover is called Yi Chuchen. Chuchen, Chu Yang. So you're called Chu Yang. So you're called Chu Yang. So you're called Chu Yang." Chapter 7:21. Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan were running forward as fast as they could. Now, they were less than 1,000 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Peak and the Lake of Despair. The husband and wife were burning with anxiety. But when they reached this place, they didn't have any strength left in their bodies. Their legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and they couldn't move anymore. They could only rest for now. In the middle of the night, Yang Ruolan suddenly screamed and woke up from her dream. She was drenched in cold sweat, and her forehead was sweating like rain. "What's wrong?" Chu Fei Ling was meditating to recover his elemental energy. He had overdrawn it in the past few days. This martial monarch also felt the fatigue in his soul. I suddenly saw our son." Yang Ruolan stared blankly. She was still in shock and her face was pale. I saw our son coming to bid farewell to me, covered in blood. I. Her eyes were full of panic. "Fei Ling, Chu Yang, will our son be okay?" You're just saying things out of concern. He's with his brothers. Furthermore, there are many experts in the alliance. How can anything happen to him? Chu Fei Ling comforted her. But I'm always anxious. I feel that something bad has happened. Yang Ruolan frowned. My heart is in my throat. She hurriedly put on her clothes and got off the bed. She paced around the tent, feeling more and more anxious. Her heart had completely lost its calmness. She thought about it, and all she had was a bad premonition and an ominous prediction. For the entire second half of the night, Yang Ruolan paced around the tent. She was anxious and panting. When the sky just brightened, she pulled Chu Fei Ling up. Let's go! The pitiful Chu Fei Ling had only recovered half of his energy before he was pulled up to run. If you delay my meeting with our son, I'll skin you alive. Yang Ruolan was aggressive and her eyes were glowing. The couple ran all the way. This place was already deserted, and there weren't many fat sheep to rob. At noon, they finally met people from the Ao clan. They were coming down from the Heavenly Sword Peak. Their banners were waving, and their men were strong. It was obvious that they had won the battle. Chu Fei Ling stepped forward to stop them. After inquiring about the situation, he learned that Chu Yang's side had won. His wife and her husband immediately felt relieved. The two of them did not dare to reveal their identities. They only asked a question and claimed to be Chu Yang's elders. Ao Tianxing naturally treated them with courtesy and eagerly received them. He told Chu Yang that they were still on the mountain. Yang Ruolan was overjoyed. She watched the Ao clan and the other big clans descend the mountain. Then the husband and wife went all the way up the mountain. Yang Ruolan's heart still felt heavy even though she had obtained the exact information. In fact, it was so heavy that she couldn't breathe. If he couldn't see his son with his own eyes, he couldn't be at ease. Upper three heavens, Mo Qinggu suddenly woke up from the warm jade bed with a start. She shouted loudly, "Brother Chu Yang!" Suddenly, her whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and her eyes were staring straight ahead. His entire body began to tremble. In the lower three heavens, Tai Batian was currently holding Tai Yang in her arms as she read through memorials in the imperial study. The child had already fallen asleep in her arms. However, Tai Batian was in the midst of reviewing when her heart suddenly trembled. Her brush landed on the memorial with a loud smack, leaving an eye-catching mark on it. All of a sudden, his mind was in a mess and his heart tightened. Her whole body trembled, as if the cold wind had made her feel cold all over. She couldn't help but walk quietly to the window. Looking at the dark night outside, her brows were tightly knitted. What happened? Chu Yang, was it you? If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Chu Yang desperately wanted to wake up. The sudden appearance of Meng Charon's eyes in his heart allowed him to recover a little bit of his consciousness. Perhaps this was also his only chance to be clear-headed in this calamity. Therefore, Chu Yang was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed onto a straw. No matter what, I won't let go. Even if it's confirmed in the end that everything here is true, I won't let go. I don't believe it either. Even if this is the truth, I won't accept it. The stubbornness, persistence, and tenacity of his previous life helped him to the greatest extent at this moment. Then he forced himself to shift his mind away from the sadness and forced himself to start thinking. Or perhaps even he himself didn't realize it. Ever since he stepped into this place, he had lost the ability to think. He could only watch and listen, but his heart didn't think at all. It was as if his heart could only accept what he saw and heard, but he couldn't make a single decision. But now he finally started to think. From every bit of it, he started to struggle. He started to save himself. Chu Yang silently said to himself, "This is my last chance. If I can't hold on, my soul will be destroyed. Therefore, I must hold on. Even if my brothers die, my parents die, and Qingwu die, as long as I'm here, I will think of a way to revive them. I won't give up, because there are so many emotions, so many unforgettable memories, so many regrets that I can't give up. Hold on. Chu Yang! Chu Yang roared and stabbed the sword into his thigh muscles. Then, he used his hand to fiercely twist the sword. The blade of the sword moved back and forth in his muscles, giving him the deepest and most painful pain. This allowed him to maintain a trace of consciousness that was difficult to come by. He tried his best to clench his teeth and force back his tears. He was thinking. He tried his best to think. Impossible. Who was Mo Tianji? Even if he understood his feelings, how could he allow his brothers to participate in this kind of tribulation for the sword master? Wouldn't that be messing up his mind? Moreover, his divination had already given the prophecy of heavenly secrets in chaos, sword heartbroken, lake of despair, no other shore. Therefore, Mo Tianji definitely wouldn't do such a thing. But if Mo Tianji didn't agree, other than Gu Duxing, no one else could come. Therefore, this must be fake. If it was impossible for Mo Tianji to bring his brothers here, it was still possible. But it was impossible for Chu Feiling and Chu Yang to suddenly come here. How would they know that he was here? What was his mother's name? That feeling was real. But why couldn't he remember his mother's appearance at all? He had clearly just seen her. Who was the one who gave herself the nickname Yang Yang? As for Mo Qingwu, it was even more impossible, because everyone knew how much Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing treasured Mo Qingwu. How could they let a little girl like her travel 3 heavens and thousands of miles to visit her family? And she even coincidentally met Mo Tianji. What kind of coincidence was this to be able to do it? Chu Yang reminded himself over and over again, or rather, he was numbing himself over and over again. Don't panic. Don't panic. This must be fake. This is an illusion. This is the 4th stage of the tribulation for the sword master, and also the most serious test. It was also the place where the sword spirit repeatedly said that his soul would be destroyed. And his soul was almost destroyed just now. The only thing he could rely on now was himself. He tried his best to break out of this path, but he kept feeling that something was missing. Not only did this feeling not break out, but it became more and more real. The part of his soul that was missing after being possessed by the sword spirit was like a moat, blocking his thoughts. He already knew that this was fake, but he sadly realized that he couldn't go back. Chapter 722. Beside the Lake of Despair, Chu Yang's tent. Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing GMO Luo Kadi, Ao Xieyin, Xiedan Xiong Tan Tan, Xiedan Feng Huanao, and the rest were all present. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Since Mo Tianji had guessed Chu Yang's intention, how could he let Chu Yang take the risk alone? Hence, after he led his brothers down the mountain, he immediately gave a secret order to gather them. Then, when night fell, he secretly returned to the heavenly sword peak and hid in the snow. Then, everyone saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and saw Chu Yang jump into the lake of despair like a moth to a flame. This scene made everyone feel as if their hearts had been struck by a sledgehammer. GMO and Luo Kadi were extremely shocked. They opened their mouths to scream, but Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji covered their mouths tightly. The 2 of them struggled with all their might, but they couldn't get out. When they could finally open their mouths, Chu Yang's body was already in the lake. "What are you doing?" GMO was furious. "Why are you stopping me?" Luo Kadi jumped up. "Didn't you see that boss jumped in?" "A pair of bastards." Gu Duxing shouted angrily. "Sit properly. This is his battle alone." Mo Tianji looked at the place where Chu Yang jumped in and said slowly, "He won't drown if he goes down. But if we go down, we'll definitely die." "Why won't he drown?" Luo Kadi stretched his neck. "Because his name is Chu Yang. He's not a stupid pig called Luo Kadi." Mo Tianji said coldly. "The only thing we can do is to believe in him. Love this place and wait for him to come up." Emotion made the final decision. If anyone wants to act rashly and ruin Boss's plan, you can leave now. Then you can leave now. The brothers were silent. Tan kept his head down. When he saw the word come in the sky, he fell into deep thought. He didn't move for a long time. Xie Dan Feng kept him company quietly. It was already midnight. The Lake of Despair was as calm as a mirror. However, a strange and dense aura suddenly appeared in the air. Everyone who had already entered a meditative state felt at the same time as if something was about to happen. Everyone's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It was as if a crisis was about to befall them. It was as if something important was slowly leaving Emo. He opened his eyes in horror and looked worriedly at the calm waters of the Lake of Death. He thought to himself, Chu Yang, you must come back. All of a sudden, a tornado appeared in the sky and came crashing down. Chu Yang was at his wits' end now. Other than trying his best to keep himself awake, thinking about it over and over again, denying it over and over again, and verifying it over and over again, there was nothing else he could do. However, at this moment, his heart finally calmed down. This was because he already knew that everything he had just experienced was fake. It was all an illusion, although the illusion was so realistic that he almost couldn't extricate himself from it. He still understood in the end. The most important thing now was to find a way to return to reality from this illusory realm. Therefore, Chu Yang was anxious and frustrated for a while. Then he forced himself to calm down. He had already figured out where his flaw was. Holy shit! This was the final loss that he had caused by letting the sword spirit take control of his body. Although he had survived the most dangerous moment, as long as his god was incomplete, he probably couldn't get out. This point was no different from the total annihilation of the gods. However, he was happy in his heart. As long as they didn't die, it was fine. You're still stubborn. A sigh seemed to sound from the depths of his heart. Chu Yang opened his eyes and vaguely saw a white light in the water in front of him. Then, an illusory figure suddenly appeared from a different dimension and floated over. Even when it was in front of Chu Yang still couldn't see the figure's face clearly. It's just an illusory figure, but it's real here. Who are you? Chu Yang asked calmly. The figure chuckled. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can get you out. Get out. Chu Yang was shocked. Then he calmed down. What price do I have to pay to get out? The figure smiled. You're smart. Chu Yang snorted. Nonsense. If you're not here to take advantage of me, what are you here for? There's no free lunch in the world. Tribulation, Sword Master. The figure sat down in front of Chu Yang patiently. Do you know what a tribulation, Sword Master, is? How can one become a tribulation, Sword Master? Chu Yang said calmly, I'll wait for your explanation. Do you know why you can't get out? The figure said calmly, the sword spirit must have told you that you're missing a piece of your god. Therefore, in this fourth fragment, your body and soul will be destroyed. Is that so? Chu Yang didn't speak. I want to tell you, you're wrong, the figure shouted. Chu Yang looked up at him. Your god isn't missing at all. It's just that it was occupied by the sword spirit for a while and lost its original divine sense. However, you'll get this part back sooner or later. Therefore, it's not a loss. Therefore, you can't get out and your body and soul will be destroyed. It's not because of your god. The figure said slowly. What's the reason then? Chu Yang frowned. It's because you can't let it go. The figure seemed to be smiling gently. As long as you let it go, you can get out any time. Can't let it go. Chu Yang muttered to himself. Tribulation Sword Master is a mysterious existence. He can't be emotionless, because if he's emotionless, he won't get tribulation. He won't be able to gather all the pillars of the continent. However, he can't be emotionless, because if he is, he won't be able to let it go. Similarly, he won't be able to become a tribulation sword master. The figure said slowly, "Every generation of tribulation sword master has great help. One of them is in charge of the sword tip. Others are in charge of the sword tip, the sword blade, the sword guard, the sword tassel, the sword hilt, the sword tongue, the sword pommel. When all these people are gathered, it's the tribulation sword. The sword masters the world." Is this the origin of the great ruling clans? Chu Yang asked quietly. That's right. The existence of the great ruling clans is the world's compensation for the tribulation. The figure's voice was calm and slow. And the existence of Tribulation Swordmaster is to lead the tribulation and complete the mission of the Tribulation Sword. Compensation? Why compensation? Chu Yang was shocked. Because they will be sacrificed in the end. The figure smiled. However, the sacrifice of one person in exchange for the prosperity of his clan for 10,000 years is compensation. It's worth it. Sacrificed in the end. Chu Yang's face turned cold. He laughed coldly. Why? The figure smiled. Because the world needs them to be sacrificed, and their sacrifice will be caused by you. Their sacrifice will be caused by me. Chu Yang sneered. Yes, the figure said, because you've led them to the tribulation. Therefore, you have to personally send them to the heavens. Chu Yang laughed coldly. Therefore, you have to let it go. The figure said, because they're only your tools. They're not your brothers. They're your tools. You can use them however you want. As long as they're of the greatest value to you. Why do you care? Only if you let it go, you can get out immediately and obtain the fourth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Charge into the upper three heavens and achieve greatness. Let go of kinship. Let go of brotherhood. Let go of love. The figure said word by word. Every word exploded in Chu Yang's heart. Tribulation Sword, this stage is to break your love. Break your love, break your love. Only by letting go of all your restraints can you reach the other side. The figure's voice became cold for the first time. If you can't let it go, if you can't see past it, you'll never get out. You've done enough for them. The figure said, you've given them the path to success. You've given them the hope of reaching the peak. You've given them 10,000 years of prosperity. You've given... What they've given me is no less than what I've given them. Chu Yang interrupted the figure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to talk about who gave more to whom. It's meaningless. Therefore, please disappear. The figure smiled and said, but you'll regret it. Regret? Chu Yang faintly smiled. Since you know so clearly, then you should know that I'm a person who has already died once. So what? The figure said, after all, you're still alive. Being alive is the most important thing. Chapter 7:23. Chu Yang laughed coldly. Me? What about me? He raised his eyebrows, such a heartless path. Even if I can reach the peak, what's the fun in being alone for the rest of my life? Others might choose, but I, Chu Yang, would rather die. Chu Yang finally understood one thing. Back then, he had asked the sword spirit, are all the previous masters of the tribulations sword heartless? The sword spirit did not reply. Looking at it now, it was likely that those people had chosen to sever their relationships during the process of obtaining the fourth fragment, and in the end, all of their brothers were buried. Chu Yang snorted in his heart. He suddenly felt a sense of disdain, betraying his brothers and giving up on his love and family. So what if such a person reached the peak of the world? He would still be a pitiful person. What does the world have to do with you? The shadow stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. However, if the world is destroyed because of your selfish decision, won't you feel guilty? Chu Yang laughed. But if I kill my brothers with my own hands, I'll feel even more guilty. If the world dies because of me, I'll feel guilty. But they have nothing to do with me. If I feel guilty, I'll feel guilty because I don't have a specific target, but my brothers have been with me day and night. He smiled faintly. Besides, if I'm here today, even if the world dies, how can I feel guilty? If that's the case when I reach the netherworld, do I still have to be responsible for the ghosts? Chu Yang said fiercely, I, Chu Yang, only have 2 shoulders and 1 head. I can't shoulder the world, but I can shoulder my brothers. To me, that's enough. To them, that's enough. You really can't give up? The shadow asked word by word, as if it was an ultimatum. Scram! This was Chu Yang's answer. You're so annoying. If you want me to live, then you better hurry up and fucking do it. What's the point of wasting your saliva? Ever since I came to this world, I've never thought of going back alive. The figure stared at him for a long while before he suddenly smiled and said, Since you can't make this decision yourself, then someone else will make it for you. With that, he waved his hand. Chu Yang immediately felt that something was amiss. He shouted, What are you doing? The figure gave a strange smile. You'll know in a while. His hand flicked. Suddenly, a thin tornado appeared above Chu Yang's head. The tornado swept out from the bottom to the top. With a swoosh, the nearby water flow suddenly disappeared at the same time. This place had turned into a dry zone. Then the tornado flew out, sweeping the sky and sweeping the earth. From the eye of the tornado, Chu Yang could even see the clouds and light in the sky outside. As the tornado formed in the sky, there was a sudden whooshing sound. Chu Yang's tent was rolled up into the air. Then it silently turned into a mass of clouds in the air. Then Mo Tianji and the others who were caught off guard also rushed up into the air. They couldn't control their bodies at all. Tan Tan let out a fierce shout. His eyes emitted a jet-black divine light. It seemed as if this tornado had reminded him of some unbearable memories. He suddenly let out a loud roar and straightened his body. Then he waved his hand in midair and tore a hole in the tornado. Then he grabbed Xie Danfeng with one hand and flew out amidst a long and loud shout. Then he flashed and disappeared to an unknown place. He disappeared without a trace. However, Mo Tianji and the others didn't have Tan Tan's terrifying foundation. They could only helplessly follow the tornado. Then they fell rapidly. Then a huge pit of ice and snow suddenly appeared on the ground. Mo Tianji and the others were suddenly buried in this pit. Then the snow covered them. It was flat. Mo Tianji and the others faintly felt that their souls had left their bodies and were floating up. Then they followed the tornado in the center of the lake and threw themselves into it like moths to a flame. The lake of despair was split into 2 sides. Then the waves wrapped around a few transparent souls and quickly shrunk back. The lake was as calm as a mirror. At this moment, Chu Feiling and his wife climbed up the mountain in exhaustion. The 2 of them were so tired that they vomited blood. However, when they came up, they saw that everything was calm. It was as if nothing had happened here. The entire mountain seemed to have been cut open by a sword. It was so flat that they could see the end of it. Was there a second person? Where is he? Yang Ruolan didn't even have time to catch her breath. She jumped up and ran along the lake of despair to search. Chu Feiling looked around. His eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Where is he? They clearly said that the child is up there. But where is he? Yang Ruolan's eyes were filled with tears. They were about to fall uncontrollably. She ran in circles for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up and screamed. Her voice was shrill. Where is he? Where did he go? My child, where are you? Then she fell down. Yang Ruolan placed all her hopes, all her blessings, all her regrets, and all her efforts to make up for it. She was certain that it was her child. He was absolutely certain of his location. She had worked so hard to find this place, but for some inexplicable reason he couldn't see anything. Yang Ruolan's heart had been boiling like boiling oil. However, it was suddenly extinguished. In that instant, her limbs turned cold. Her heart turned to ashes. At the bottom of the lake, there was a turbulence. Chu Yang looked on in a daze. Suddenly he was shocked. Mo Tianji, Guduxing, Gmo, Luo Kudi, Ao Xiayin, Xiadanqiong Huyan Aobua. These 7 people suddenly appeared in front of him in an illusory form. The illusory figure laughed and said, "I'm sorry. I'm just a divine consciousness now. I can't summon their bodies. Therefore, I can only lock their souls and let them make a decision for you. Despicable." Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Mo Tianji and the rest saw Chu Yang too. Their eyes were filled with joy. The godly soul's body gently rippled in the water without any fixed pattern. Then, Chu Yang felt that he was being shielded. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He could only watch and listen. Mo Tianji, GMO, and the rest were also locked. They couldn't see or hear anything. They were worse off than Chu Yang. Outside, there was only Gu Duxing left. "Gu Duxing," the illusory figure said. "Tell Chu Yang, are you real?" Gu Duxing laughed coldly. "What do you mean?" "To prove that you're really here," the illusory figure said. Gu Duxing laughed. Why? Although Gu Duxing wasn't good with words, he was a smart person. When he saw this situation and heard this question, he guessed that Chu Yang was in an illusory realm. Whether he admitted it or not, it wouldn't do Chu Yang any good. Therefore, Gu Duxing would never admit or deny it. However, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Then they dimmed. He was sure that it was Gu Duxing's soul that was here, just based on Gu Duxing's personality. The illusory figure smiled. "That's okay. Gu Duxing, do you know who your boss is?" Gu Duxing snorted and retorted, "What does it have to do with you, who he is? What does it have to do with me?" The illusory figure laughed. "You have the same bad temper. Gu Duxing, let me ask you, if Chu Yang needs you to sacrifice yourself to save him, are you willing to do so?" Gu Duxing was stunned. Although he was unwilling to work with this strange illusory figure, he had to consider carefully, because Chu Yang was listening. He said slowly, "If boss needs me to sacrifice myself, I, Gu Duxing, will have no objections." However, his eyes flashed, and he said lightly, "But if someone uses boss's name to slander me, I will get to the bottom of it. You have to know that my life is not so easy to swindle." The illusory figure smiled warmly. "If you don't, I'll kill him." He shook his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Chu Yang's throat and used his strength. The sword pierced through Chu Yang's skin, and blood dripped out. He said coldly, "This is the moment. Gu Duxing, make your decision. If you don't, I'll kill him. If you don't, I'll let him go. There can only be one of you. Only one can live. Now it's your turn to choose." Gu Duxing laughed and said, "Choose? Choose my ass. There can only be one of you. Of course it's me." He strode over and grabbed the sword with his hand. He laughed coldly. "You underestimate me." He used his strength and slashed his own neck. "You dare!" Chu Yang roared silently. Blood seeped out of his eyes. He glared at Gu Duxing and used all his strength to shout, "If you don't, I'll definitely do the same. You want to be righteous and have no regrets. I won't let you do as you wish, Gu Duxing." Gu Duxing laughed loudly. "Boss, even if you want to do the same, it'll be in front of you. I won't be able to see you, but I definitely won't let you do the same while I'm alive. I'd rather you feel guilty than to let me feel guilty for you." He actually slammed his own neck against a sword. The illusory figure seemed to be moved. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Duxing's soul was pushed to one side and was surrounded by water. Mo Tianji was released. Mo Tianji, if Chu Yang needs you to do the same for him, are you willing to do the same for him? The illusory figure asked. "Of course not." Mo Tianji smiled faintly. His expression was calm. Why not? The illusory figure was stunned. I'm me and he's him. We are two people. So, why should I have to seduce him if he wants me to seduce him? Mo, Tianji ridiculed. The friendship between us isn't that deep. Mo Tianji's wisdom was as vast as the sea. He naturally knew that he could not follow the illusory figure's words. Once he fell into his trap, then his sword heart would truly be broken. Hence, no matter what the illusory figure asked, he would do the opposite. If Chu Yang does the same, Mo Qing will do the same. The illusory figure said coldly, Use your life to exchange for both of them. If you don't, I'll kill him now. Chapter 724. Mo Tianji could not help but be stunned. If Chu Yang was the person he had the highest hopes for, then Mo Qingwu was the person he cared about the most. Now, the lives of these two people were in front of him, and he had to make the decision. Even though Mo Tianji was the master of calculation and manipulation, he could not help but be stunned. Then he regained his senses. I don't. Before Mo Tianji could finish, the shadow interrupted him. You don't have to lie. You were stunned just now, and that explained everything. With a wave of his hand, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were stunned. Then it was GMO and Luo Kadi. The two of them started cursing and swearing the moment they came up. They were easily dealt with by the shadow. Then it was Ao Xiayin. After a long while, the shadow waved his hand and locked Mo Tianji and the rest up. He faced Chu Yang alone. How is it? The shadow looked at Chu Yang proudly. Even if you don't want to, your brothers are prepared. So, it doesn't matter if you want to or not. You have to give up. Chu Yang was deep in thought and finally raised his head. I'm very curious, he said slowly. Breaking off feelings may be a cultivation method, but I, the current master of Calamity Sword, am not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? The shadow was stunned. You can't wait to destroy our relationship? You want to destroy our friendship? Chu Yang's gaze became sharper than ever. The shadow was stunned. You can't stand the beauty? Chu Yang pressed. Why? The phantom involuntarily took a step back. Chu Yang thought of this, and it was as if he had broken a cage in his heart. His thoughts became clearer. This is the most beautiful relationship in the world. But you can't wait to destroy it. Could it be that you've been destroyed before? Have you lost it? Chu Yang looked at the shadow coldly. Is that why you feel unbalanced? The shadow's body shook violently. His voice was as cold as ice. You're spouting nonsense. You know whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Chu Yang looked at him mockingly. Are you envious of my brothers? Are you jealous? Do you feel resentful? Do you really want this relationship to not exist? The phantom steadied itself and laughed sinisterly. What did you think of? I didn't think of anything. I just felt that you were jealous of me. Chu Yang looked at him proudly. So I'm very proud, very proud. You are indeed inferior to me. You're far worse than me. The phantom glared at Chu Yang fiercely. Jealous of you? Who do you think you are? I have brothers. You didn't. Or maybe you once had one, but you abandoned it. So you're jealous. I have the ability to dominate the Sword of Calamity, but you don't. That's why you're here, to destroy it. If I, Chu Yang, am a god in the heavens, then you are a pitiful worm on the ground. Chu Yang was merciless. He said sarcastically, If I, Chu Yang, am the bright moon in the sky, then you are a pile of shit on the ground. You're worse than a pile of shit, because I already know who you are. Chu Yang fiercely clenched his teeth and said, You are a complete and utter trash. The phantom screamed in rage, Bullshit. You know who I am? How can you know who I am? Chu Yang said coldly, I thought that you were a divine consciousness left behind by one of the seniors who created the Sword of Calamity. But then I realized that you're not. Why am I not? Why can't I be him? The phantom screamed. Because, although that senior destroyed the heavens once, his motive was to ensure that there would be no conflict in the heavens. So, although his methods were cruel, his motive was good. He wanted to save the heavens. And you obviously want to destroy the heavens. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. To think that you're threatening me with the lives of the heavens! So you're definitely not him. Chu Yang laughed coldly. I'm afraid that you're only here to test me. That's all. And you, a piece of trash, actually changed the nature of the test. This is your own selfishness, isn't it? The fog on the figure's face suddenly dispersed, revealing a square face with big ears and a wide mouth. However, at this moment, this dignified face was filled with panic. This figure's forehead was actually dripping with cold sweat. Facing Chu Yang, who could not move, he actually took 2 steps back. The reason why the previous masters of the Sword of Calamity were so heartless, was it because of you? Chu Yang laughed coldly and stared at him. Originally, when I said this, I wasn't sure who you were. But now I know who you are. The phantom shouted, Then tell me, who am I? You are the first master of the Sword of Calamity. Chu Yang shouted, You are that bastard. Scum. Bastard. You went down the wrong path. But you caused the entire heavens to go down the wrong path. You are an unforgivable, despicable, and shameless person. The phantom stumbled back, his face pale. He was in a sorry state. Chu Yang finally understood everything. Why did this test become the severing of emotions? Didn't he also sever emotions in his previous life? But where were his achievements? And now, in this life, the Sword of Calamity was asking him to sever emotions again. How could this be? If Chu Yang was completely immersed in the illusion at the beginning, then Meng Charon's accidental appearance made him sober up for a while. But until the phantom appeared and told him and forced him, this test required him to sever emotions, to sever all emotions. It was only then that Chu Yang regained his clarity of mind, because he had severed emotions before. It was precisely because he severed emotions in his previous life that it led to Mo Qingwu's tragedy, which led to Chu Yang's regret, which led to his rebirth in this life. How could Chu Yang be willing to repeat the same mistake? If he still had to sever emotions in this life, then what was the use of being reborn? Just to repeat the path that he had already taken? To repeat the regrets of the past? Chu Yang only discovered some suspicious points after slowly unraveling the cocoon. When the phantom forced him, his heart was clearer. When the phantom actually captured Mo Tianji and the rest, Chu Yang was already sure. This wasn't a test. It was obviously forcing him to his death. A test? There was no need to force him to such a dead end, right? Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. There was another point. The sword spirit reminded him time and again that the biggest obstacle in this test was the loss of his spirit. But this phantom said that it didn't matter if his spirit was damaged. The key was to sever emotions. Chu Yang would rather believe the sword spirit than this phantom. The sword spirit wouldn't lie. So the key was definitely the spirit and not the sever emotions. So this guy was lying. He was playing a trick. Since he was lying, there must be a conspiracy. Why was there a conspiracy? He was just a phantom, so why was he so persistent? At this point, Chu Yang understood half of it, as he boldly speculated and hurriedly said one sentence after another. He unexpectedly discovered that this phantom's true identity. So, Chu Yang immediately launched a counterattack. The phantom had existed here for 80,000 years. There had been 7 tribulations, sword masters. After such a long time, no one could see through him or suspect him. Now that Chu Yang had exposed him, even though he was just a remnant of his consciousness, he couldn't help but be confused and scared out of his wits. And his reaction had confirmed Chu Yang's conjecture. But at this point, there was still the biggest doubt. Why was this phantom here? If he didn't have the permission of the creator of the Tribulation Sword, how could he be here? Since he was allowed to be here, why was he allowed to do whatever he wanted without stopping him? Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he tried to think, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Ha ha ha. The phantom laughed bitterly. Not bad, you are indeed the most outstanding tribulations sword master. You guessed everything correctly. His square face showed a hint of savagery. He said happily, That's right. I am the first tribulations sword master. I was the first to come here and accept the test of the fourth fragment. My family, brothers, and lovers all died in front of me. Then the phantom told me to forget them, to use them as tools. I did as I was told, but I failed. This is a bastard. He roared crazily. Since he wanted us to fulfill his wish, why did he set up such an obstacle? The phantom laughed bitterly. After I left, I followed the instructions here strictly and walked the path of heartlessness. After I unified the heavens, I put this brother into the foundation of the heavens. Why did he do that? Wasn't it to complete his task? But why was it wrong? Why did I end up as a remnant of my soul and get trapped here? Why did he give me a new task to remind you? Ha ha ha. The phantom laughed crazily. Why should I be so kind? I walked the wrong path. Why do you have to walk the right one? Why? Chu Yang looked at him pitifully. You are crazy. Yes, I am crazy. So if you want to be destroyed, we will all be destroyed together. Anyway, this is a test of the soul. If you can't pass the test, that's your problem. What has it got to do with me? The phantom laughed bitterly. But your task is just a test. You shouldn't have made your own decision and led people astray. Chu Yang said sternly. So many beautiful feelings were destroyed by you. How can you be so proud? Beautiful feelings? Ha ha ha. Why didn't I destroy them? If I can't have them, no one else can. The phantom laughed crazily. If anyone wants to have them, it should be me, the first tribulations sword master, not you. Unreasonable. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva in contempt. So what if you know? What can you do to me? The phantom laughed evilly. Your soul is missing. You will never be able to get out of this phantom. That's your fatal wound. You can only wait for the 10th tribulations, sword master. Ha ha ha. But by then I will still be here. I will still be here. Chapter 725. As long as I'm still here, who can succeed? The figure opened his arms and laughed maniacally. Who can succeed? Even if the world grows old, no one will be able to pass through here. As he spoke, his illusory body suddenly shook and became slightly thinner. His expression changed. He waved his hand and shouted, Go! The divine souls of Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, and the rest flew out. Let them live in the outside world. You can stay here forever. The figure laughed. It's not that you don't want to keep them here. It's just that you don't have the ability to do so, right? Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he noticed his weakness. He looked at him mockingly. That's all you can do. So what? The figure laughed maniacally. Do you think you can fight with me here? Chu Yang laughed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You said you can kill me, but you didn't. If you could kill the past masters of Calamity Sword, you would have done so long ago. So you're limited. You can't kill me. You can only use tricks. So you can't kill me either. Chu Yang said with certainty. So you can't kill Tianji and the rest. So you can only let them go. You've been bluffing all this time. You don't have any power at all. You're just a useless piece of trash. You're just a dog that only knows how to bark. Chu Yang's words were as sharp as a knife. Every word he uttered was like a sharp blade that cut into the spiritual realm of this phantom bit by bit. He was merciless. You, the figure shouted angrily. Then he laughed sinisterly. I can't do anything to you. However, don't forget that your divine soul is damaged. You can't get out of this illusion even if you want to. Are you trying to anger me? Ha ha ha. You're the master of Calamity Sword. I was once the master of Calamity Sword too. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Chu Yang laughed coldly and said, If the past masters of Calamity Sword could get out, why can't I? Do you think I'll believe you? The figure laughed, but none of the past masters of Calamity Sword had a damaged divine soul. You, on the other hand, are damaged. Chu Yang sneered, So what? Phantom was overjoyed. So what? Ha ha ha, your question is really funny. His soul is damaged, and he's at the turning point of the Calamity Sword. You still want to leave? Unless you're daydreaming. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Then he suddenly smiled strangely. You seem to be very weak right now. That should be the case, right? The Phantom was stunned. What do you mean? Or perhaps you're here just to test me. As for the strength of your spiritual energy, when your test is over, there won't be much left, right? Chu Yang laughed and said, It seems like that Almighty Master will never allow you to do whatever you want. So why are you still here? The figure hesitantly asked, What do you want to say? Chu Yang shook his arms and suddenly walked out of the place where he was being restrained. The aura that had previously restrained Chu Yang from moving had suddenly disappeared without a trace. It had lost all effectiveness. Although I don't know how to get out of here, I believe that the way out lies with you. Chu Yang looked at him calmly. Because you shouldn't be here, but you're here. Phantom's expression changed. Chu Yang's words seemed very contradictory, but from this, one thing was clear. It had faintly evoked the deepest fear in his heart. What do you want to do? Phantom took a step back and covered his chest with his hands. His face was full of vigilance. He could feel that his own strength was rapidly depleting, just like when he had trapped the other masters of Calamity Sword in the past. But in an instant, this figure had already become a little weak. At this moment, 3 clanging sounds were heard. 3 resplendent beams of light suddenly appeared in the distant land of flowing water. The 3 pieces of the sword that had followed Chu Yang down, the sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade, suddenly flew over like meteors from afar. With a joyful sword sound, they whizzed into Chu Yang's dantian. Phantom was stunned and suddenly shouted, Why are you dantian? Chu Yang was confused by this sentence and said, Why can't I be dantian? Before the Phantom could speak, a dense sword light suddenly emerged from Chu Yang's dantian. A section of the Calamity Sword suddenly appeared beside him, like a phantom. The Phantom screamed and turned around to escape. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted, Where do you think you're going? A ripping sound was heard, and that arm was torn off by Chu Yang. At the same time, the sword light of Calamity Sword struck out, and it pierced into the Phantom's chest. Phantom's body froze, as if he was struck by lightning, and he let out a long cry. His voice was mournful, and his face was full of despair. Chu Yang, who was holding the Phantom's arm, was also stunned. He had only done this based on his instincts. But who would have thought that he would be able to tear off this guy's arm? Wasn't he a phantom? Why was his arm still in his hand after he tore it off? And the Phantom, who had lost an arm, was still standing there, trembling. Chu Yang was confused. What's going on? At this moment, the Calamity space in his mind suddenly opened, and with a whoosh, Chu Yang's arm was sucked in. Chu Yang was empty-handed. The Phantom screamed in agony. Ah, bastard! Give me back half of my soul. But the Calamity space did not care about him. He looked at Chu Yang with a face full of hatred, but he could not move his feet. It was as if he was fixed there by the sword light of Calamity Sword. Chu Yang felt his vision blur, and he had already arrived in his mind. In the Calamity space in front of him, there was a faint, fog-like figure. It was only 1/3 the size of Chu Yang's mind, and it looked like the phantom outside, the first-generation Calamity Sword Master. At this moment, this squarish face was full of despair and pleading, and there was also an indescribable ruthlessness and viciousness. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Yang. An irreconcilable atmosphere rose just like that. "Why are you here?" Chu Yang frowned. That phantom screamed, and suddenly pounced over like a gust of wind, biting Chu Yang's shoulder. Chu Yang felt a pain in his soul, and a piece of his body was bitten off. In a fit of rage, he kicked out. However, the phantom was not affected at all. It passed through his leg and bit down on his leg. A look of satisfaction and viciousness appeared on its face. Chu Yang's soul hurt again, and he had a flash of inspiration. "He wants to devour me!" In here, physical attacks will not work, because this is the Calamity space. The only way to attack is to devour each other. Just as he was thinking, that phantom seemed to have tasted the sweetness. After taking 2 bites of Chu Yang, its body seemed to have solidified, and it pounced over again. Chu Yang snorted and pounced over. "If you can devour me, why can't I devour you? After all, only one person could survive in this space." Chu Yang opened his mouth wide and bit down on the phantom's body. The phantom trembled violently, and a look of extreme pain appeared on its face, but it could not break free. Even if it had lived for 10,000 years, it was just an ordinary soul. Moreover, this was only a small part of its soul. Chu Yang was the original owner of this space, and his soul had been tempered by the soul quenching spring more than once. How could this wisp of remnant soul resist it? If the phantom's entire soul came in, it might cause some trouble. But right now, it was just a soul condensed from an arm, and it was absolutely no match for Chu Yang. In the Calamity space, 2 white dots, one big and one small, were chasing back and forth. The bigger one was naturally Chu Yang. Every time he caught up, he would take a bite. Every time he took a bite, Chu Yang would feel that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. It was as if this was not only a supreme delicacy, but also a supreme tonic. Whoosh! Chu Yang grabbed the last white dot and stuffed it into his mouth. He realized that his soul had grown a lot in the Calamity space, and there was a faint feeling of substance. As expected of the soul of the first-generation Calamity Swordmaster, it's really fucking nutritious. Chu Yang vomited, thinking of such a big piece of tonic outside. He stood there and could not help but stand there. He thought, swallowing one piece is swallowing, swallowing the whole thing is also swallowing. I might as well swallow them all, ministered Chu's ambition sword. His soul flashed and disappeared from the Calamity space. Outside, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stood there with a faint smile on his face. The phantom trembled in front of him, looking at his face. Suddenly, Chu Yang opened his eyes, and there was an almost solid light in his eyes. He looked greedily at the phantom. The phantom was disheartened. "No." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Catch him for me." The dense sword light of the Calamity sword seemed to understand Chu Yang's words, and it floated towards Chu Yang with the phantom. Chu Yang chuckled, and the tribulation space suddenly opened. It was as if an ancient demon god had opened its bottomless black mouth in front of this phantom. The phantom struggled and cursed, and then it began to beg desperately, desperately, but it could not resist the Calamity sword's coercion. "Let me go. You bastard, I used to be your master. How dare you treat me like this? Let me go. I know, don't catch me. Chu Yang, you bastard. You'll suffer. Chu Yang, you bastard, you're despicable. Fight me if you have the guts. How can you be a hero when you plot against others? Chu Yang, I beg you, don't swallow me. I'll give you 10,000 years of experience. I'll give you all my wisdom. Chu Yang, I beg you, please let me go." The moment the phantom entered the Calamity space, it completely broke down. I woke up late today and slept for a full 20 hours. There's still a little bit left. I've launched an event, the Glory of the Great God Badge. Well, It seems that as long as you subscribe to all of my works, you can receive this badge. Fortunately, I haven't written a lot. It's just 3 books. It's very easy. If you have enough money, please subscribe to it. Now, the author's name shows how many people have received the glory of the Great God Badge. This is the sign of a hardcore fan. There are only 20 or 30 words behind my name. It's too embarrassing. If you have the ability, please go and receive it. Let me shine. Also, I can earn more money. Chapter 7:26. With a whoosh, the phantom involuntarily entered the tribulation space like a moth to a flame. Chu Yang followed with a smile on his face. After a long time, Chu Yang felt as if his body was about to explode. It was as if every strand of hair on his body was in a state of drinking the blood of a lust dragon. It was very high. After a not-so-arduous battle, the phantom was completely swallowed by Chu Yang. This was at least 80,000 years old. Not only did Chu Yang's damaged spirit recover, but it was also dozens of times more. Chu Yang was almost bursting at the seams with such a huge compensation. With his current spirit power, he couldn't completely digest it. This was like a person who could only eat 2 steamed buns for a meal, but ate 20 steamed buns for a meal. Chu Yang was filled with a sense of fullness. He even felt lazy and didn't want to do anything. Even if he blinked, he felt that it was unnecessary, forcing his spirit to immerse in the soul tempering pool. Chu Yang closed his eyes. After a long time, Chu Yang only felt that the inside of his spirit seemed to be shaking constantly, and there was a constant roaring sound, followed by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Finally, there was a loud tremor. Outside, Chu Yang's body, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, shook violently and blood spurted out of all the pores on his body. And in the tribulation space, Chu Yang's face finally showed a relaxed smile. This strong tremor woke up the sword spirit who had fallen into a deep sleep. The sword spirit was obviously extremely weak, and he was barely able to support himself to get up. Looking at the soul tempering pool, he saw Chu Yang's spirit, which was almost solid, soaking peacefully in it. The sword spirit trembled and gasped. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were wide open. After a long time, he moaned, "Oh my God, what's going on?" The sword spirit stared blankly. "Isn't this little one's spirit damaged? Why is his spirit almost as strong as mine now?" Chu Yang opened his eyes lazily. "You're awake." "I'm awake?" The sword spirit unconsciously repeated these words. Then he rushed forward like an arrow. "What the hell is going on?" Chu Yang spread out his hands. "I swallowed the guardian here. It's that simple. It's that simple." The sword spirit took 2 steps back in a daze. "You swallowed the guardian. You. He suddenly gritted his teeth and gave a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Then he sat down in the tribulation space. He was so stunned that he didn't say anything. So that illusion could be devoured? But why didn't the previous 8 generations of Calamity Sword Masters? What was going on? No wonder Chu Yang's divine soul was completely healed. So that was the case. If that's the case, then you're very lucky. The sword spirit woke up after a long while and sighed again and again. He didn't know if he was envious or jealous of this guy's good luck. "I think so too." Chu Yang frowned. "It's just that I only feel very full now. I don't feel any other function. You still want to obtain other benefits? Dream on." The sword spirit was speechless and despised him. You just devoured him. Replenishing his divine soul was already the greatest benefit. What's more, you don't have the ability to digest this energy now. What can you get? You have to cultivate step by step to strengthen your divine soul, and then slowly digest this powerful divine soul power. Extract some experience and memories from it, then turn them into your own. The sword spirit snorted, "But you have to be careful. This divine soul power has lost its own consciousness and turned into pure divine soul power of heaven and earth. But this energy is still not something you can bear now. You've just swallowed it, and its backlash hasn't come yet. Backlash? Chu Yang was stunned. Of course it's backlash. Do you think that you won't have to pay a price or work hard to get such great benefits out of thin air? The sword spirit looked at him strangely. It's like a free lunch falling from the sky? Is that so? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. What will happen if I suffer a backlash? I don't know. The sword spirit shook his head. But if your divine thoughts are unstable, it won't be a problem for it to be scattered by him, even if it shatters your divine thoughts in one go. I won't be surprised. Chu Yang was shocked. But if you can hold on, and you can completely digest it and turn it into your own divine soul power, then, from then on, your divine soul will be eternally stable. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang enviously. Eternally stable divine soul. Chu Yang was deep in thought. After talking for so long, you still haven't told me who that guardian is? The sword spirit asked curiously. Don't you know him? Chu Yang widened his eyes strangely. I should know him. The sword spirit also widened his eyes strangely. Suddenly he exclaimed, You mean? Chu Yang looked at him quietly. You mean he's one of the past tribulation sword masters? The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang in disbelief and suddenly shook his head. No. He's been there since the second generation. So, he's the first tribulation sword master. Smart. Chu Yang praised him. The sword spirit's body shook, and he looked like he was going to faint. For 10,000 years, I've never felt what it means to collapse. The sword spirit murmured. Today, I finally feel it. Chu Yang was surprised. Other than eternally stable divine soul, what other benefits are there? Chu Yang asked. Other benefits you'll know in the future. The sword spirit was a little jealous and a little sad. He looked at Chu Yang speechlessly. You go and experience it yourself. I'm going to continue sleeping. Sigh, why did I sleep at such a bad time? The sword spirit looked up at the sky and sighed. If only I was still here when you devoured him. How good would that be? I could also have a share of the benefits, and you wouldn't have to suffer too much backlash. The sword spirit sighed as if he resented the heavens for being blind. The sword spirit walked to the side of his soul, quenching pool shakily, and dived in. Chu Yang snorted and rolled his eyes. He said in his heart, You wish. Then he felt his vision blur, and he was already out of the mental space. The water around him gurgled and wrapped around Chu Yang's body. In front of him was a cave entrance that was shining with white light. Chu Yang's eyes widened. He was actually out of the illusion and back to the time before he fell into the illusion. Outside the mysterious cave entrance. His left foot was stepping into the cave entrance. The inside was shining with white light. It seemed to be filled with endless mystery. Chu Yang took a deep breath and checked his body. Only then did he realize that there were no wounds on his body at all. In the illusion, he remembered that he had stabbed himself with thousands of swords. It turned out that it was all fake. Chu Yang looked at the cave entrance that was filled with a warm aura, and his heart still had lingering fear. Previously, G.M.O., Guduxing, and the other brothers died in front of him one by one. His parents died tragically, and the scene of M.O. Qingwu's death seemed to still be in front of his eyes. Although he knew that it was fake, although he knew that he had passed this stage, Chu Yang still had goosebumps all over his body. It was too scary. Such an illusion was simply heart-wrenching. Even if it was an illusion, Chu Yang didn't want to experience it again. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity sword danced in front of him, excitedly urging Chu Yang to go inside. Inside, there was a sword intent that was chanting intensely. It was like a baby waiting to be fed, calling for the arrival of its mother. It was full of desire, but Chu Yang hesitated and looked at the cave entrance, full of fear. Countless times he wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, the fearless king of Hell Chu was really afraid. He was afraid that after going in, he would experience such a blow again. His eyes flickered, but finally, his left foot took a step forward. The step he took was filled with unyielding resolve. Even Chu Yang himself had a heroic feeling of a warrior who would never return. But after entering, there was nothing other than the transparent water flowing slowly. Everything was calm and without waves. Chu Yang raised all of his spiritual power and cautiously walked forward step by step. He didn't encounter anything. He also knew that that kind of tragic illusion would never appear again, but he was still vigilant. There was a blazing white light in front of him, and a bright thing was jumping. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity, sword whistled at the same time. But Chu Yang didn't say anything and didn't express his permission. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity, sword didn't dare to be presumptuous. The white light in front of him jumped more and more intensely, gradually turning into a mass of thick white light, with a strict aura, as if it was impregnable. It seemed that no matter what kind of attack in front of this white light, it could only be blocked. This was the strongest defense between heaven and earth. Chu Yang's heart moved. Sword guard! Walking in front of that mass of white light, with every step Chu Yang took, that mass of white light shrank a little. With another step, it shrank a little more. He took 7 steps forward. The white light disappeared without a trace. In front of Chu Yang, a small white jade stone platform appeared. On the stone platform, a broken sword quietly stayed on it, obediently and motionlessly. This was a handguard. The wild goose pond had a double opening. The shape was beautiful, simple and generous. One could imagine that when this handguard was installed on the body of the sword and stuck close to the hilt, it would be able to protect the hand holding the sword to the greatest extent. It would not allow the hand holding the sword to receive any damage. Chu Yang's heart moved, and the sword guard quietly floated up, emitting a faint white light. The white light emitted a strong feeling of joy. "You came," Chu Yang said quietly. The sword guard flipped in the air happily, then turned into a thin white light and went straight into Chu Yang's dantian. The sword point, sword edge, and sword blade went in happily. In his dantian, the illusory tribulation, sword shone brightly. The sword point, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard all became solid at the same time. Chu Yang clearly heard a clang in his mind. The light of the tribulation sword faded, and it returned to its original state. And a passage of words, like lake water, entered Chu Yang's mind. There seemed to be an illusory figure, holding the tribulation sword, dancing in the air. This was the 4 moves of the tribulation sword technique. These 4 moves belonged to the sword guard. Chu Yang looked at it with rapt attention and read it out softly. Iron walls and copper walls have never stopped fighting. What more can I ask for in this life? Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I am alive, you will have no worries. Sword guard, protect. The 4th fragment of the tribulation sword was in his hands. Chapter 7:27. Chu Yang tried to figure it out. He had learned these 4 sword techniques in his previous life. In his previous life, he had also obtained the 4th fragment of the Calamity sword here. However, there were no illusions or divine souls. It was just a broken sword, and there were 4 sword techniques engraved on the broken sword. In this life, there were no engravings on the broken sword. It was a divine soul imprint. It was completely different. Even the sword techniques were different. This difference made Chu Yang almost think that his previous life was just a dream. Chu Yang remembered very clearly that these 4 techniques in his previous life were purely for defense. However, the 4 techniques that were appearing in front of him were not just for defense. It was true that the sword guard was mainly for defense. However, defense was not necessarily defense. One had to know that killing all the enemies was also a form of defense. The strongest defense was offense, and the strongest defense was to kill all the threatening enemies in the germinal organization. The Iron Wall and Bronze Wall were still fighting. This sentence was one for defense and one for offense. The Iron Wall and Bronze Wall were naturally a flawless defense. First, the Iron Wall and then the Bronze Wall were two types of defense. The Iron Wall protected itself, and the Bronze Wall was already showing its fangs, ready to counterattack. The battle was not over, but it expressed a fierce fighting spirit. You want to stop, but I don't. You want to leave after attacking me? No way. The battle was fierce. Therefore, this was a move that was both offensive and defensive. One move with 3 changes. From defense to offense, it was flawless. The attack was like the wrath of thunder, and the defense was like the blue light of the sea. The second move, what more could one ask for in this life? This move, looking at the name of the move, seemed to be a question. However, it was actually a kind of affirmation. The affirmation was that, with the protection of the sword guard, there was no need for any defense in this life. Moreover, this was a pure killing move. The whole move was like a huge question mark between heaven and earth. Who could break the firmament? The firmament naturally contained endless arrogance and domineering. The firmament gathering. This move looked like a storm, but this move was purely for defense. Since the firmament gathering was here, there were enemies on all sides, and there were ambushes from all directions. In such a situation, it was even more important to defend impenetrably. However, when I was still alive, Junweo had no worries. This move was filled with iron and blood, looking down on the world. This was a desperate move. As long as he used this move, he would be risking his life. Chu Yang silently watched, silently pondered, and silently experienced. So far, he had obtained a total of 10 moves of the Calamity Sword art. Sword tip. A single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will bury deep, does not change. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. Sword edge. A sword that had been famous for thousands of years, moving unhindered from the west to the east. The sun and the moon were the generals of the thunder. The sky was blood red. Blade. A blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld. Cut off the passerby of the mortal world. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, everything would cease. Sword case. The iron wall and copper wall were still fighting. What else could he ask for in this life? The clouds gathered together. Don't worry while I'm still alive. Plus the 4 moves that Chu Yang had created himself. The skeleton in his palm was as tall as a mountain. Under the sword, a pool of blood surged like waves. The world of mortals was originally a path of ruthlessness, beheading the world without retracting the blade. Right now, Chu Yang had a total of 20 sword moves in his hands, but the most powerful ones were undoubtedly still the 10 moves of the Calamity Sword art. Chu Yang realized that he had gained a different understanding of the first 12 moves after he had obtained the 4th sword guard, and the sword technique had been linked together. From the 1st section to the 4th section, there were a total of 30 moves in the Calamity Sword art. It seemed that it was a complete set. Every time he added a section, the power of the sword art would also be enhanced. Chu Yang couldn't help but think, when the tribulation is gathered, how terrifying would the power of this set of sword art be? That was something that he didn't even dare to think about. The 4 moves that he had created also seemed to be very powerful, but it was undeniable that as the sections of the Calamity Sword were gathered, his 4 moves were really a little inferior. They still needed to be perfected. Chu Yang praised, "The wisdom of the predecessors is unimaginable. I still need to work harder." Finally, the Calamity space was silent. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and the Calamity sword quietly appeared in his hand, flashing with a cold light. Chu Yang held the sword and danced. The first move, the second move. When it came to the third move, Chu Yang realized that with his current cultivation, he still couldn't activate the power of this move. Clouds and clouds gathered together. The imaginary enemy of this move seemed to be enemies from all directions, from the heavens to the earth. And this move still had to be impenetrable without any flaws to ensure that his body wouldn't be hurt at all. The complexity and precision of this move was almost close to an inescapable net. As for the fourth move, "You shall not worry before I die," it was an extreme move that risked his life. The desperation of putting one's life on the line, as well as a kind of hostility that could be felt just by looking at the sword move. Chu Yang felt that the power of this move wasn't inferior to the last move of his previous life. "With my heart's blood, collapse all tribulations." It could be seen how domineering this move was. But Chu Yang didn't even need to think about such a move now. He didn't have enough strength and cultivation to use it completely. Just as he was thinking, a strange airflow suddenly surged out from the sword guard and poured into his dantian. In an instant, Chu Yang only felt that his body was filled with endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, almost exploding, just as he was about to circulate his energy to dissolve this energy flow. His gaze suddenly focused. He saw the white jade platform, holding the sword guard, slowly rise and crack in the air. It turned into a big word. "Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me?" This word had the same style, the same arrogance, and the same insufferably arrogance. Chu Yang's gaze focused on the first word. "Come." This word was clearly the word he saw. Whether it was the charm or the handwriting, it was exactly the same. What does this word mean? Chu Yang frowned. He tried his best to calm down his breathing and sober his thoughts. "Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me?" Chu Yang muttered, but he felt uncomfortable and felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. It shouldn't be read like this, that is, "Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me? Come." Shaking his head, Chu Yang still felt that something was wrong. He muttered, "How can this heaven and earth be ruled by a sword? No matter how magical a sword is, it's still something created by human hands. How can it rule the heaven and earth? So it's definitely not." Chu Yang looked at it for a long time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this word was arrogant. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneer. "Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me? Let me." After saying this, he suddenly felt proud. He roared and laughed. "Yes, yes, Sword Master Heaven and Earth. Obviously it's referring to the Calamity Sword, and I'm the Calamity Sword's master. Who can stop me? Of course it's me. So let me." Chu Yang looked up and laughed. The large character suddenly dispersed, turning into wisps of flowing light and disappearing into the lake. Chu Yang smiled faintly, his gaze a little unfocused. A wisp of warmth rose from his heart. He thought, "I've already obtained the 4th fragment of the Calamity Sword. The 5th fragment is in the upper 3 heavens. Maybe I should go to my home to take a look." Father, Mother, this was such a strange yet intimate name. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his previous life and this life, he had longed for family love. Now, when it was so close, Chu Yang felt his heart was in a mess. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. After a long sigh, Chu Yang stood there despondently. In his previous life, he didn't know and didn't have any clues, so he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. But in this life, since he knew that his parents didn't do anything wrong back then, he wouldn't have a conscience if he didn't go back and let his birth parents suffer and have sleepless nights. Wouldn't that be extremely unfilial? How could a loving mother wash her face with tears as a son? He took out his purple crystal jade essence from the calamity space with one hand and played with it unconsciously. There seemed to be a faint warmth on the purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang couldn't help but put the jade essence to his mouth and kissed it lightly. His eyes quickly became misty. Father, mother, how did you survive all these years? Did you miss me? I've missed you for 2 lifetimes already. At this moment, the spiritual energy surging out of the sword guard finally occupied his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang frowned and was about to use the heaven-lifting divine technique to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had a feeling, as long as this spiritual energy was digested by him, he would be able to reach the heavens in 1 step and become a sword sovereign. He wouldn't even be inferior to Gu Duxing's current 4th stage sword sovereign. This was a great opportunity. Such an opportunity only belonged to the Calamity sword master. But just as he started to use his spiritual energy, his body suddenly shook and there was a piercing pain in his head. It was as if millions of steel needles were piercing his brain from all directions at the same time. The spiritual energy that he had just gathered actually dissipated under the attack of this excruciating pain. Chu Yang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but roar to the sky. But he found that he couldn't make a sound. It was as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Then, countless information surged into his brain. Chu Yang felt that there was an explosion in his brain. It was blank. All of his divine senses and consciousness were blank. Chu Yang had lost all his thoughts. He had lost all ability to control his own body. He didn't even have time to let out a groan before he fell down stiffly on the ground. Dizziness, unconsciousness, deep unconsciousness, unconsciousness. In his right hand, the purple crystal jade essence that he had just taken out was still tightly held. His palm shone with a purple luster. Everything happened so suddenly that he didn't even have the time to keep the purple crystal jade essence back into the calamity space. He was already unconscious. The strong backlash from swallowing the divine soul of the first calamity, Sword Master, actually came at this moment. When the power of the sword guard surged into his body, the backlash from the divine soul suddenly exploded. It directly destroyed Chu Yang's brain. It caused him to fall into a complete unconsciousness. At the bottom of the lake of despair, waves suddenly surged. A stream of water emerged from the ground and swept up Chu Yang's body. Then, like a crazily climbing tornado, it swept up Chu Yang's body and rushed straight up. Chapter 728. Yang Ruolan was in a state of despair as she searched the snowy plateau. She searched from south to north and from east to west. She didn't close her eyes from morning to night. Then, she searched from night to dawn. She stubbornly searched. Occasionally, she would climb to a high place and look around. Her long hair fluttered in the cold wind. She even lifted up some of the slightly cracked rocks and large ice blocks to examine them. Chu Fei Ling only sighed. Even a 3-year-old child could see that those cracks couldn't hide anyone. But Yang Ruolan was an adult and a monarch-level expert. Yet, she had lost her judgment, but he didn't say anything. He only accompanied his wife and searched around. He understood his wife's feelings. Yang Ruolan stared blankly. Her hair was scattered. Her beautiful face was already haggard. Her lips were dry. Her bright eyes were bloodshot. Yes, they said that Chu Yang was on this mountain. He didn't go down. They saw him when they went down. Then they went up and down the mountain. There was only one way. But where was he? Where did he go? Yang Ruolan was about to collapse. My son. Where did my son go? It had been 10 years. Yang Ruolan had never been happy since her son went missing. She felt guilty, blamed herself, and worried. She missed her son all the time. Where was he? Was he still alive? Was he picked up by someone? Was he doing well? Did the person who picked him up abuse him? Did he practice martial arts? He was 3 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, 18 years old. It was cold. Was he cold? Did he have any clothes to protect him from the cold? It was raining. Where was he? Would he get sick from the rain? It was snowing. The road was slippery. Would he fall? She had been fantasizing. She had been hoping, but she didn't dare to believe it. The more time passed, the more hopeless she felt. The Chu clan searched for him year after year, but there was no result. Every time she searched, Yang Ruolan would start to stay up all night. Every time she saw someone enter the Chu clan, her gaze would follow him closely. Later, Chu Fei Yen, who was in charge of searching, would run away when he saw his sister-in-law. He really couldn't bear to see the deep hope in her eyes. Every time Chu Feiyan saw such a gaze, he felt that he had committed a heinous crime. Year after year of disappointment, year after year of despair. Finally, this year he received news of his son. It was confirmed that their son was still alive. He had grown up. He had a lot of skills. His wisdom was outstanding, and he was handsome. He was chivalrous. His heroic spirit was matchless. He was the most perfect man in the world. At that moment, Yang Ruolan's heart exploded. Pride, heartache, relief, longing, hope, worry. 18 years of emotions, almost all gathered in her heart during this period of time. All these emotions were fermenting crazily in her motherly heart. He was about to explode. He was finally here. He was finally going to see his son. The evidence was irrefutable. The location was confirmed. They just had to wait until they went up the mountain to meet. But when they reached the top of the mountain, all they saw was a vast expanse of flat land. Where did the child go? This was Yang Ruolan's greatest hope. She was also the most excited. But at this moment, this great hope and excitement instantly became the cruelest blow. She finally stopped searching. She stood blankly and helplessly by the side of the lake of death. Her eyes were lifeless and she was dejected. It was as if the pillar that supported her had been completely taken away at this moment. Her tears quietly slid down and dripped onto the snowy ground. The couple was heartbroken. They didn't realize that the calm water of the lake of death was slowly churning. It was as if something was about to rush out from the bottom of the lake. Yang Ruolan stood there dejectedly. She didn't speak or move. She was like a lifeless statue. The moment her tears fell, they came into contact with the bitter cold. A faint mist rose up and froze on her face. She didn't even circulate her martial arts to resist the cold. She just stood there blankly and watched. Ruolan, are you okay? A hand was placed on her shoulder. It was Chu Feiling. Yang Ruolan didn't seem to feel anything. She stared blankly at her surroundings. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Where is he? Where is my son?" Her voice spread far and wide. In this silent world, there were echoes. "Where is he? Where is my son?" Chu Feiling sadly closed his eyes. He knew that his beloved wife was on the verge of breaking down. But at this moment he felt as if all the bones in his body had been taken away. He was extremely disappointed. Chu Feiling was exhausted from all the hard work he had done during this period. He forced himself to stay alert and said tiredly, "Ruolan." Just as he said these two words, his body suddenly shook violently. He screamed in shock, as if he had discovered something. Just now, his eyes unconsciously swept across the surface of the lake. He suddenly realized that the calm surface of the lake had unknowingly split into waves and surged violently. And in the center of the lake, a tornado-like current was emerging. But this wasn't the most surprising thing. The current seemed to be carrying a human body and was slowly rushing towards the shore. What is that? Chu Feiling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed forward with a trembling voice. A human? Yang Ruolan's unfocused eyes casually looked over. Suddenly her pupils shrank. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in her heart. It was as if the blood in her body was boiling at this moment. An indescribable feeling rose from her heart. Is that a human? Yang Ruolan's heart was beating wildly. Her eyes were wide open and unblinking. It is a human. Chu Feiling gazed into the distance. I don't know if it is a living person or a human. Shut up! Yang Ruolan suddenly shouted. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. It was as if she was going to swallow her husband alive. Chu Feiling shrank his neck and hurriedly shut his mouth. Just as he spoke, he knew that he had said something wrong. According to the description, only his son was on the surface. How could he say that it was a human? He laughed dryly and could only look into the distance. It is coming over. It seems very young. It is not very old. It is not moving. With a whoosh, Yang Ruolan had already swept out like a gust of wind. At this moment, Yang Ruolan's speed shocked Chu Feiling, not to mention that they had been on a long journey for more than 10 days. So, the two of them were already exhausted. They would feel tired just by lifting their hands. In fact, Yang Ruolan's speed wasn't as fast as this even at her peak. Chu Feiling could not understand where his wife's strength came from at this time. Before Chu Feiling could react, Yang Ruolan had already jumped into the water with a splash and swam over with her hands and feet. She hugged the black-clothed human body that floated over. Yang Ruolan let out an earth-shattering scream with just one look. This scream made Chu Feiling feel as if Yang Ruolan's heart was about to burst out from her mouth. It is him, our child. Yang Ruolan's voice was trembling and sharp. Then she wailed. In the water, she hugged the body tightly and did not let go. However, she seemed to have lost all her strength. She cried with joy, "He is still alive! He is still alive! He is still alive!" Chu Feiling only felt his whole body go numb. All the hair on his body stood up. This was a feeling of extreme excitement and uncontrollable. All the blood in his body suddenly rushed to his head. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he almost vomited blood and fainted. His body swayed twice, and he rushed out like an arrow. With a splash, he jumped into the water and desperately pulled the two people out of the water. The husband and wife were dripping with water. They knelt on the snowy ground by the lake. Their breathing was rapid, and their eyes did not blink. They looked at the young man's face as if they were looking at a treasure. Sword-like eyebrows, a fair face, a straight nose, thin lips, and tightly shut eyes. As she looked, Yang Ruolan choked. It is absolutely true. This is my son. Chu Yang's hand was still tightly clutching that piece of purple crystal jade essence, which was emitting a brilliant purple light. However, even if he didn't have the purple crystal jade essence in his hand, Yang Ruolan still recognized it at a glance. This is my son. There was no reason. This was purely a mother's intuition. This was her nature. Chu Feiling recognized him at first glance. This is my sworn younger brother. In other words, King of Hell Chu, Chu Yang, my son. At this moment, he did not know what to feel in his heart. He almost wanted to stomp his feet and shout, but he also wanted to cry out loud. All the joys and sorrows of the past 18 years rushed to his heart in an instant. That embarrassing feeling of mistaking a child for a younger brother from before had completely vanished. What was there to be afraid of? My son is back. This is more important than anything. Right. Yang Ruolan's eyes scanned the young man's face. Although it was a question, her tone was certain. Yes. Chu Feiling nodded affirmatively. That's great. Yang Ruolan held Chu Yang's body in her arms as if he was a fragile treasure. She slowly pressed her face against his. Tears rolled out of her eyes and flowed onto Chu Yang's face. She sobbed softly. She did not dare to be loud, but her body was trembling. The trembling was getting more and more intense. Heaven bless me. My son is finally back by my side. After moving for a while, she remembered that her son was still unconscious. Quick, take a look. What's wrong with him? Why is he unconscious? Yang Ruolan placed her hand on Chu Yang's wrist and urged Chu Feiling to take a look. Chu Feiling nodded heavily. He placed his palm on his son's back. A strong wave of elemental energy carefully entered his son's body. After a long time, the husband and wife looked at each other in shock. Chapter 729. Yes, he's not injured at all. Looking at him, he seems to be in a deep sleep. Chu Fei Ling frowned. Moreover, the qi in his body is full and messy. It's almost a mess. Moreover, it's empty, as if he doesn't have any cultivation at all. This is the first time I've seen such a strange scene. Yang Ruolin asked worriedly. Then what's going on? Chu Feiling grinned secretly and thought, what's going on? It'd be great if I knew what's going on. He grinned and said, this is really strange. The two wives didn't know that Chu Yang's current situation had never happened since the creation of the heavenly continent. It was definitely an unprecedented case. Not to mention the two of them, even if a few supreme martial artists were here, facing Chu Yang's current situation, they would also be in a daze. Now, in Chu Yang's space of consciousness, he was trying his best to digest the spiritual energy that had suddenly exploded and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had surged out from the sword guard. His consciousness and his spiritual energy swelled one moment, then swelled the next moment, then swelled the next moment. It went round and round without the slightest pause. All of his spiritual energy, all of his consciousness, and all of his soul were used for this. He couldn't spare any energy for anything else at all. It's impossible for him to wake up before he's completely stabilized. The power of his divine monument was like a dam that was on the verge of collapsing. Water was constantly overflowing, and he had to constantly repair it passively. Where there was a breach, he had to quickly repair it. He couldn't let the line of defense be broken. The moment they let their guard down, a hole would be breached, and they wouldn't be able to repair it in time. Then the dam would collapse instantly. If that were to happen, Chu Yang would really become an idiot, so Chu Yang himself didn't even know that he was underwater now. Or was he there? He was completely unconscious. After being busy for half a day, the husband and wife were exhausted. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. What should we do? Tears were brewing in Yang Ruolin's eyes again. She was so scared. It wasn't easy to find her son, but he would be in a deep sleep. If that were to happen, Yang Ruolin would definitely break down immediately. The only thing we can do now is to return to the clan and make plans. Chu Feiling's face was solemn as he said. However, from the looks of it, it's not a big deal. His breathing is steady, his face is rosy, and his heartbeat is strong. Perhaps he'll recover after sleeping for a few days. Yang Ruolan carefully felt the pulse on her son's wrist. She finally felt a little relieved and said, I think so too. It's the same as sleeping. His pulse is long. But how can his sleep be so? Perhaps he fell into some kind of trap. However, since it's no different from sleeping, it's not something to be afraid of even if he fell into a trap. He'll be fine after sleeping for a few days. Chu Feiling tried his best to comfort him. Yang Ruolan thought for a long time. Then she finally heaved a sigh of relief. I hope so. If it's not what you said, Chu Feiling, you'll have to pay the price for what you said today. Chu Feiling's eyes immediately widened. I was just comforting you. Why? Why did it suddenly become my responsibility? With a bitter face, he turned his head and coughed. Baidu, Tiaba Chihang Xiazi. His heart was full of helplessness. Son, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, your mother. I can't afford to offend her. Yang Ruolan hugged her son and examined his face. Her face was full of satisfaction. Look, our son. His face is so delicate and fair. It's even prettier than a young lady. There's a hint of rosy in his fair skin. No wonder so many extraordinary women in the world are madly in love with him. This sentence was true. Chu Yang's body had been cleansed dozens of times by the tribulation sword. If his skin wasn't good, there would be no justice. The more Yang Ruolan looked, the more satisfied she was. The more she looked, the more she smiled from the bottom of her heart. Finally, she said, "No matter what, it's good that my son is back. Even if he's asleep, my son is back. Failing the feeling of hugging my son is really good. It's like hugging the whole world. As for other things, I feel like I don't lack anything." "Don't lack anything?" Chu Fei Ling laughed and thought, "This is how you feel at this moment. Now, you only want to find your son. Now that he's in your arms, of course, you don't want anything else. If he doesn't wake up in a few days, you'll be worried sick. By then, you'll feel like you're lacking everything." Yang Ruolan's wish for nearly 10 years was to find her son. Now that she had found him, she was so happy that her heart was about to explode. She hugged her son tightly and didn't let go for even a moment. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the pain of nearly 10 years was nothing. 10 years of worry had all been compensated. She hugged Chu Yang like this and began to regulate her breath. During this period of time, she was really exhausted. Her mental and physical strength were all exhausted. But she only rested for half a morning before the husband and wife opened their eyes at the same time and stood up. Their son was unconscious, and they couldn't find the cause of his illness. How could they delay such a big matter? So, once they recovered their ability to move, the two were ready to set off. "I'll carry him. We'll go down the mountain first and find the nearest market. We'll buy some things and hire a carriage. We'll immediately rush to the entrance and return to the upper 3 heavens. As long as we return to the clan, everything will be fine. Even the resources in the upper 3 heavens are much better than in the upper 3 heavens," Chu Feiling said. "Okay, wait." Yang Ruolan frowned. "How can we carry him? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to carry him?" "Forget it, I'll do it. I'll carry him." You carry him, and his body is hanging halfway down, swinging here and there. He's unconscious. How can you be so cruel and kiss him again? Chu Feiling was speechless. He couldn't even carry him, but in front of his wife, he could only give in. He admitted that he was a cruel father. "Then I'll carry him. With your body carrying your son on a long journey, you'll be exhausted," Chu Feiling said. "Well, you're so stupid. Stretch out your hands and hold him. Oh, don't let his neck hang down. That's uncomfortable. You're so, right? Oh, why are you so stupid?" Yang Ruolan chattered on, constantly criticizing and correcting him. Chu Feiling felt that he was being ordered around by his wife. He almost couldn't walk anymore. Before he could say anything, Yang Ruolan had already taken off her cloak and draped it over Chu Yang's body. Then she carefully picked up Baidu, Tebachi Hang Sizi, and made sure that there wasn't any cold air that could touch his skin. Then she shouted, "Why aren't you leaving? It's so cold. Do you want him to freeze?" "It's obviously because you're busy here and wasting time, isn't it?" Chu Feiling's face was full of black lines. He was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. He could only carry this little ancestor that he had just found and speed up. Previously, he didn't have much status in the family because he couldn't find his son. But that was understandable. Now that he had found his son, Chu Feiling found that his status in the family had plummeted again. Originally, he still had some status in his wife's heart. Now he was directly thrown to Java. So, the husband and wife worked hard, while the wife followed closely beside him. She looked at her son in her husband's arms like an old hen taking care of her eggs. Sometimes she smiled foolishly, sometimes she frowned, sometimes she was lost in thought, and sometimes she sighed and gritted her teeth on the snowy road down the mountain. The two figures gradually disappeared. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the husband and wife ran for a while and found a market. They bought a carriage directly. The carriage was cushioned with flowers and felt warm and fragrant. Then they carefully carried their son in. Yang Ruolan followed in closely. She was afraid that her son would be bumped while running. So she folded a quilt and placed it on her lap. Then She carefully lifted her son's head and placed it on her lap. She hugged her son with both hands and made sure that her son wouldn't be hurt by the bumps. Then, she finally gave the order to start the journey. Chu Fei Ling didn't have the right to sit in the carriage. He could only be the coachman. Moreover, other coachmen were polite to the owners of the carriages. As a coachman, he would probably be scolded until his head was full of bumps. He waved his whip. Go! The carriage shot out like an arrow. You're starting too fast. Can't you speed up slowly? Yang Ruolan complained. The family of three finally left the Heaven Sword Peak and headed towards the entrance of the upper three heavens without stopping. At this moment, Chu Fei Ling and his wife didn't know that the entrance to the heavens was about to be closed. They were only thinking of rushing back. The faster the better. However, it was the second day after the family of three entered the upper three heavens. All the entrances to the upper three heavens were closed. From then on, they were no longer accessible. Chu Yang was unconscious. Naturally, he didn't know that he was being carried by his parents all the way to the upper three heavens. If he knew, he would probably stay in the upper three heavens no matter what. Because there were too many unfinished things in the upper three heavens. How could Chu Yang be willing to leave just like that? How could he be at ease? But he didn't know. When he found out, he was already in the upper three heavens. All the passages were closed. It was difficult to come down even if he wanted to, of course. If the sword spirit was awake at this moment, he would control his body to stay even if he had to damage Chu Yang's divine soul again. After all, Chu Yang's divine soul was overflowing. If the sword spirit used a little, it wouldn't affect Chu Yang at all. Instead, it would reduce Chu Yang's burden. However, the sword spirit had already fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. The bizarre twists and turns of the world were evident. It couldn't be changed by anyone's will. The second day after Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan left. Beside the Lake of Despair, there was a small snow pile here. It was inconspicuous. However, following a loud explosion, the snow and ice suddenly flew out from the ground, revealing a big hole in the ground. A few figures dashed out of the pit as if they were flying. Everyone's faces were pale. Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Ao Xiayin, Xia Danqiong, GMO, Luo Kudi, Huyan Aobua. They were frozen here by the mirage's supreme magical power. They finally broke free at this moment. Everyone felt that he had dreamed the strangest dream. Third update. This chapter had been written to waste once. Originally, I wanted to let the main character stay and wrap up the upper three heavens. After writing more than 2,000 words, I realized that I didn't feel any joy at all. Thus, I had no choice but to give up my original plan and start writing again. I wrote until now. Sometimes the aftertaste is also good, right? But I will slowly insert it in the future. Yes, 3 chapters. Begging for votes. Begging for the glory of the great God. Begging for recommendation votes. Begging for evaluation votes. The upper 3 heavens has finally begun. Brothers, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Chapter 730. Mo Tianji and the others were at a loss. Their bodies were covered in ice and snow. They couldn't come back to their senses for a while. They didn't understand. They were clearly in the tent. How did they end up in such a huge pit in the blink of an eye? Other than Huyaneo Bo, the others felt like they had a strange dream. However, they weren't sure if this dream was real or not. They were afraid that others would laugh at them. Their lips moved, but they didn't say anything. They only looked at each other's faces. They were scrutinizing and examining each other. Their eyes were full of questions. Then, everyone stared at each other. They frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Everyone had the same expression. They looked at each other thoughtfully. Then they looked at themselves thoughtfully. Then they looked at the lake of death. The lake of death was calm. It seemed like it hadn't moved since ancient times. I think I had a dream. After a long time, GMO was the first to break the silence. Me too. Luo Kadir replied. I think I saw Boss. Gu Duxing frowned. He looked cold and worried. He said, Boss's situation doesn't seem good. Yes, that's it. I still remember Boss looking at me anxiously. Xie Danqiong was deep in thought. That's right. Quiet. Mo Tianji frowned. He was deep in thought. His gaze was unpredictable. When he heard that things were getting chaotic, he couldn't help but scold them. Everyone calmed down. They looked at Mo Tianji and waited for him to explain. Everyone has a dream. If it's the same dream, then it's not a dream. Mo Tianji said coldly. He rubbed his forehead and said, Let's put this matter together. He said softly, when I went down, Boss seemed to be unable to move. He looked very anxious. There was a strange illusion beside him. I couldn't see his face clearly. This illusion asked me if I was willing to die for him. When Mo Tianji said this, the brothers started to clamor, Yes, yes. We were the same. Mo Tianji frowned and continued to speak. I suddenly arrived at that place. So, I took a look at the surroundings. It seems like that's the bottom of the Lake of Despair. What's strange is that there aren't any corpses at the bottom of the lake. There isn't even a trace of seaweed. At the bottom of the lake, it was very flat. There were huge tiles on the floor without any undulations. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and frowned. He was trying his best to recall the scene at that time. There was a small hole between each tile, and a string of bubbles came out from these small holes. That's right. That's exactly what happened. Everyone suddenly recalled that the scene at that time was indeed like that. So we're going to the same place. Mo Tianji's face was full of worry. He concluded, Then we are definitely not dreaming. Everyone's expression turned heavy at the same time. Mo Tianji looked around and finally said, Albo, are you dreaming? Huyan Albo replied, No. Mo Tianji replied with a no. His eyes flashed as he said, Who else hasn't had this experience? He looked at them one by one. Everyone shook their heads. Mo Tianji grunted. Without any hesitation, he said, Albo, can I trouble you to look around and see if there is anyone else here? Huyan Albo immediately stood up and said straightforwardly, Okay. She immediately ran out. Although she looked rough, she was a smart girl. She knew that these brothers wanted to discuss an extremely secret matter. Mo Tianji wanted to send her away. The matter they were going to discuss was probably extremely sensitive and serious. Otherwise, based on her relationship with GMO and Mo Tianji's understanding of people, he would not be so unreasonable. Therefore, she very understandingly walked away. When Mo Tianji said this, the faces of the brothers immediately turned heavy. They also understood that Mo Tianji must have his reasons for doing this. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. This matter concerns Big Brother. Mo Tianji explained with some difficulty. He looked at GMO apologetically. I have to be careful. Everyone nodded slowly. Today's matter is very strange. I don't know what you are thinking or guessing, but I hope that you will all keep this matter to yourselves. Mo Tianji said word by word seriously. Gu Duxing and the rest nodded again. This time when we went down, the shadow asked if we were willing to sacrifice for Big Brother. Mo Tianji sneered. Since he asked us, it means that Big Brother has already rejected this question. Big Brother has already defeated this shadow to a certain extent. That is why the shadow asked us. That is why we encountered this situation. Mo Tianji's voice was heavy, but Big Brother's strength is incomparable to that shadow's. When we went down, he could not even move. From this question, we can see that the key to this problem is not us. It is Big Brother. We need to sacrifice something for Big Brother to be able to escape and even do some things. Mo Tianji said seriously, but now we are very normal. We did not pay any price and did not sacrifice anything. That is to say, Big Brother rejected the shadow and saved us. Then, what will happen to Big Brother in the end? Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly became sharper than Gu Duxing's sword. The breathing of the brothers quickened. After being reminded by Mo Tianji, everyone thought of the danger that Chu Yang was in. This was really something unimaginable with the Phantom's heaven-defying methods. Killing Chu Yang was no different from killing a chicken. So, Big Brother has not come up yet. He is still down there. Mo Tianji slowly raised a hand and stopped the brothers from moving. So, from now on, I, Mo Tianji, give you a gag order. We can wait, but this matter concerns Big Brother's life. If anyone dares to leak it out, don't blame us for not being courteous. His eyes swept across the crowd like a knife. Everyone nodded heavily. In fact, what Mo Tianji had said was completely different from his final warning. But Mo Tianji said it so straightforwardly, giving everyone a feeling of abruptness. If anything happens to Big Brother, it will be because of us. I hope you all remember this. Understand this. We will wait for heavens. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, After heavens, if Big Brother does not come out, we will go down and search. Counting yesterday, there are 8 more days. Heavens? Ao Xiayun frowned. Then isn't that Big Brother is not an ordinary person? If water could drown him, I'm afraid he would have drowned long ago. Mo Tianji said lightly, There are 8 more days. I don't want anything to happen. Mo Tianji had gathered his brothers because he wanted to explain Chu Yang's status. He knew that among the brothers there were already a few who had vaguely guessed something, but they could not prove it and did not dare to believe it. He wanted to use this opportunity to explain Chu Yang's identity to everyone. So he sent Huyan Aobo away. But when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. Chu Yang would not do it. His matters should be told to the brothers by himself. It was not good for him to overstep his boundaries and meddle in other people's affairs. But his heart was also filled with anxiety like never before. That night, Mo Tianji used the world-controlling divine technique and began to predict the heavenly secrets. Near dawn there was a wah sound. Gu Duxing rushed over at lightning speed and saw that the 72 lamps beside Mo Tianji had all been extinguished. Mo Tianji's face was as white as paper. He spat out a large pool of blood and was on the verge of death. The heavenly secrets cannot be predicted. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with intense worry. He forced himself to say this to Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing nodded heavily, and his eyes shone sharply. Rest first. Big Brother will be fine. On the second day, Mo Tianji had just recovered some of his energy and could not wait to start his second divination. This time he directly fainted. It was already the 7th day. In these 7 days, Mo Tianji risked being devoured by the heavenly secrets whenever he had a little bit of energy. But every time he was severely attacked by the heavenly secrets. He could not predict anything. Mo Tianji became weaker day by day. On the 8th day, Gu Duxing forcefully stopped Mo Tianji's divination. He slapped Mo Tianji, who had almost sunk into paranoia, awake. Mo Tianji woke up and let out a long sigh. On the 8th day, the brothers began to enter the water to search. But when they entered the water, they realized that the depth of the lake of death was unprecedented. Also, for some reason, the buoyancy of the lake of death was also incomparably huge. Even with Gu Duxing's cultivation as a 4th-grade sword sovereign, he could only dive for less than 2,000 feet while carrying a huge rock that weighed 5,000 pounds. He could not go any further. Such a cruel reality made the brothers feel almost hopeless. Mo Tianji stood by the shore and quietly looked at the calm waters of the lake of death. He did not move for a long time. In these few days he had vomited blood, and his body was extremely weak. Thus he did not enter the water. But Emotian-ji firmly believed in one thing. Chu Yang would not die. He would definitely come back. Looking at the calm waters of the lake, Emotian-ji's gaze was far away. He thought to himself, Chu Yang, if you don't come back, I will curse you for all eternity. Emotian-ji tried his best to persuade Fan Tian to stop this futile effort. The brothers came out of the water naked. Their faces were pale, and they looked as if they had lost their souls. Even someone as strong as Gu Duxing had tears in his eyes. A few days ago, he still turned his body to hide it, but now he did not even have the mood to hide it. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart. It almost tore everyone's heart into pieces. Everyone felt as if their hearts were bleeding. The word S filled everyone's heart, but no one dared to say it out loud. They did not even dare to look at each other. Occasionally, when two pairs of eyes met, they would immediately look away. It was as if the other person's gaze contained information that they did not want to see. Chapter 731. Seeing everyone's expression, Emotian-ji was furious. He felt that he had never been so angry in his life. Boss won't do that. Emotian-ji said angrily, he will definitely come back. His eyes were also red. Boss is only leaving temporarily. Don't tell me you have so little confidence in him. It was a heavy sadness. Even if Boss did do that, it's still for you. That was for you. Emotian-ji stomped his feet and cursed. What kind of people are you? You're using this method to repay him? All the brothers were shocked and raised their heads. How many things are left for Boss to do? How many things are left for you to do? Are you going to do it with such a sad expression? Emotian-ji said angrily, Gu Duxing, pull out your sword. If anyone dares to shed a tear, kill them. Everyone held their breaths in that instant. Their eyes shone with a warm light. And us. And Boss's goal. Emotian-ji gritted his teeth and stared at everyone. That night, Boss pointed out everyone's weakness and direction. Why? It's not to make you cry. Emotian-ji shouted, a bunch of bastards. When will you be able to experience Boss's painstaking efforts, even just once? GMO, Luo Kadi, and the rest were stunned. Did that mean Boss already had a premonition at that time, purposely arranged for his funeral? Gu Duxing took a deep breath and suddenly roared towards the sky. His roar surged and soared into the sea of clouds, shattering the clouds in the sky. His voice was filled with pain and sorrow. Clang! Gu Duxing unsheathed his black dragon sword and let out a dragon roar. His eyes shone and tears rolled down his cheeks. I, Gu Duxing, have been alone since young and was adopted by my foster father. In the Gu clan, I was ostracized by my two foster brothers. Sister Xiao Miao was beaten until she was disabled because of me. She was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave. Her future was bleak and uncertain. Gu Duxing's voice was heavy, fierce, and resolute. My hopes were dashed. I went out to the lower three heavens and met Boss. My originally gloomy future suddenly shone brightly. It was Boss who gave me hope and lifted me up. He let me become a sword sovereign. Let me save Sister Xiao Miao. In these 3 days, let me rule the world with my sword and command the wind and clouds. Boss made up for all my regrets and completed all my Leduo, but he never claimed credit for it. Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and howled. Although he's younger than me, I'm willing to acknowledge him as my boss. Now it's time for me, Gu Duxing, to fulfill Boss's wish. Holding the sword in one hand, Gu Duxing's expression became even more bleak and lonely. His eyes quietly looked at the flashing blade of the black dragon sword. Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. If anyone wants to leave, I, Gu Duxing, will see you off. Whoever leaves is a bastard. Mo's face was full of tears as he shouted. Even if you want to S, you have to wait until I fulfilled boss's wish before S. Luo Kudi crouched on the ground, punching the icy ground with his fists. He didn't use any elemental energy, and his fists were dripping with blood. They were remorseful. Why didn't they think of it that night? Chu Yang had never been so demanding of his brothers. But that night, Chu Yang was very different from his usual self. He was simply nitpicking. Any shortcomings were magnified and attacked. This was not normal at all. Why didn't they think of it? We're not leaving. Ao Shiyun and Xie Danqiong took a deep breath and forcibly held back the tears in their eyes. Before boss's wish is fulfilled, no one can leave. What is boss's wish? Mo Tianji frowned and looked at everyone. To charge into the upper three heavens, Mo said fiercely. To laugh at the heavens, Luo Kudi said seriously. The heavenly armament pavilion. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. His 5 fingers slowly gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Wrong. Mo Tianji said seriously. These are not the most important. Boss's main wish is for all of you to charge to the peak. Boss's wish is to protect. Boss said that if one day he becomes a legend, then he hopes that his legend will have us. If one day we become legends of this world, then he hopes that this legend will have him. Gu Duxing took a deep breath and said this sentence word by word, thinking of Chu Yang's expression when he said this in the lower 3 heavens. Gu Duxing's heart was in so much pain that he wanted to die. That day there was me, Dong Wushang, Jimo, Luo Kudi, Rui Butong. At that time Dong Wushang said, as long as boss can give me a saber that is compatible with my soul, I will work for you for the rest of my life. It's not that serious. It's not about working for me. Chu Yang said seriously, what I lack are brothers, not subordinates. What I lack are brothers who are willing to reach the peak with me, to control the winds and clouds, and to dominate the world. What I hope is that in my life, I will always have a few good brothers who will never leave me, who will take care of me with all sincerity, and who will share life with me. Chu Yang said deeply and longingly, I hope that I can do anything for my brothers. That kind of feeling without regrets is the feeling of a man. I also hope that when I am at the peak, my brothers will also be there so that I won't be lonely. And what I hope even more is that when my brothers are at the peak, I won't let them be lonely. What I hope even more is that when I am down and out, when I am helpless, when I am hesitating, there will be brothers by my side. Chu Yang said very emotionally. A trace of stubborn desire shone from his eyes. Love was what Chu Yang lacked the most in his previous life. It was also what he yearned for the most in this life. I hope to fight for a lifetime of glory and splendor with all of you, to fight for an eternal legend. And what I hope even more is that if we can become legends thousands of years later, then I hope that in my legend, you will be there, and in your legend, I will be there. I will never let down the word brother in my life. When he said this, even Gu Duxing and Rui Butong, who were at the side, were stunned. Both of their eyes were shining brightly. A few years later, if I become a legend, then I hope that my legend will have you. A few years later, if you become a legend, then I hope that your legend will have me. I will never let down the word brother in my life. I will never let down the word brother in my life. Chu Yang sighed. His eyes looked at the dim horizon in the distance, and he exhaled deeply. Brothers are forged through hard work, through trials and tribulations together, through hard work together, on the road together, all the way forward. Only then can one be as firm as steel and love more than gold and stone. Not only Gu Duxing, but GMO and Luo Kadi also thought of that day at the same time at this moment. That day was night, and the stars were shining brightly. That night, Chu Yang's eyes were shining. The eyes of his brothers were shining brightly. That night was the night when the relationship between the brothers was first established, and the embryonic form was first formed. I will never let down the word brother in my life. GMO and Luo Kadi lowered their heads, softly chewing on these words. Suddenly, it was as if an electric current had suddenly passed through their bodies, and even their souls seemed to be trembling. Yes, Chu Yang had already used his own life to prove that these words were not just empty words. His brothers could sacrifice themselves for him. Really, as long as he agreed, there would be no problem, and there would definitely be no danger. But he refused. He chose to protect his brothers and sacrifice himself. Although during this process, due to the restrictions at the bottom of the water, none of the brothers could say a word to him. But the anger, anxiety, and worry in Chu Yang's eyes at that time were clearly remembered. I don't want you to lose. Only I can lose. Because I am the boss and I have the obligation and responsibility to hold up the sky for my brothers. As long as I am around, no one can hurt my brothers. He did not say these words out loud, and the brothers did not hear them either. But now that they thought about it, they heard these words from the deepest part of their hearts. He had long expected this, so he sent his brothers away and came alone. He had long had a premonition, so he gave them a heads up in advance and pointed out their respective directions. He had thought of everything for everyone. If he left, they should be relieved, right? I hope that one day, even without me, all of you can still laugh proudly. These were also words that Chu Yang had said. Ao Shiyun and Xiadanchong sobbed. GMO and Luo Kadi were in tears. Gu Duxing looked up at the sky, his face cold and stiff. Mo Tianji gently closed his eyes, and his tears finally fell. It was as if he had heard Chu Yang's words when he first met him, blowing through the lake. Only I can control the purple jade flute. Chu Yang, you haven't married my sister. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks bulged as he roared in pain. How can you lose? How can you lose? This is what you promised. You kept your promise. But are you going to go back on your words? Then I will look down on you. I will look down on you. The cold wind whistled, and snow danced on the heavenly sword peak. The lake of despair was covered in fog. The world was boundless. After a long time, have you cried enough? Mo Tianji said coldly. From now on, no one is allowed to cry. I will distribute the tasks. Chu Yang's wishes, one by one, must be fulfilled. If you can't, find a place to wipe your throat. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion does not need such people. Chu Yang's wishes, Big Brother's wishes. Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, Ao Xiayun, and Xia Danqiong looked up at the same time. First, Big Brother Chu Yang of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is currently missing. Mo Tianji's atoms apple-bobbed as he repeated the words. The second word missing was said in a sonorous voice. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong are currently in the upper three heavens. Therefore, Gu Duxing is in charge of everything in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Mo Tianji said solemnly, all brothers, including me, must obey all orders. If there is any disobedience, we will kill them together without mercy. Yes, Gu Duxing's sharp eyes fell on the black dragon sword. He slowly and heavily agreed. As long as I, Gu Duxing, am alive, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will always stand tall in the upper three heavens. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion will unify the upper three heavens and rule the martial world. If there is any disobedience, kill them without mercy. Mo Tianji's eyes were half closed. His voice was as cold as steel and as sharp as a knife. Yes, all the brothers were fired up. GMO, your mission, besides the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, is to improve your cultivation. Mo Tianji looked at GMO coldly. Big Brother gave you instructions before he left. You must walk the path yourself. No one else can help you. Luo Kudi and Xia Danqiong, the two of you are the same as GMO. Mo Tianji said coldly. Yes, the three of them agreed at the same time. If we can't meet Big Brother's requirements and expectations, we won't have the face to continue living in this world. Good, Amo, Tenji said. Ao Xiayin, your situation is a little special. He thought for a while and said, Chu Yang once said that you have to walk half of your path by yourself. But the other half needs you to awaken your bloodline as soon as possible. Amo, Tenji took a deep breath. You have to take out the dragon veins and treasures of the Ao clan as soon as possible to improve your own strength. You don't have much time left. You have to make the most of it. Yes, Ao Xiayin solemnly agreed. Also, Chu Yang has always been worried about his junior brother, Tan Tan. This is also our goal from now on. Amo, Tenji said. Tan Tan and Xie Dan Feng went missing in the incident a few days ago. We have to find them as soon as possible. If there is any news, inform the other brothers immediately. No matter what, I won't allow Chu Yang's junior brother to get hurt in the next 3 days. Yes. Everyone agreed. I, Mo Tenji, will always be the military advisor of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. I hope that everyone will cooperate with me in my plans. Yes. After Mo Tenji finished delegating, he looked at the water of the Lake of Death and said slowly, Strength? The most important thing is strength. Once you have enough strength, your wings will be full. We will carry Big Brother's wish and lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper 3 heavens. At that time, we will fulfill Big Brother's wish to stand at the peak and laugh proudly at the heavens. We will carve Big Brother's name in the supreme position of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Yes, we will fulfill Big Brother's wish to stand at the peak and laugh proudly at the heavens. We will carve Big Brother's name in the supreme position of the Heavenly Imperial Court. The brothers shouted themselves hoarse. GMO and Luo Kadi could almost feel the blood in their bodies boiling. If I become a legend, you will definitely be a legend. If I become a legend, you will definitely be a legend. Big Brother, we brothers will fulfill your wish for you. Chapter 732. As the snow fell, the few of them stood like statues beside the Lake of Despair. They stood there quietly for a long time. Everyone felt unbearable pain in their hearts. They had unified the 3 heavens here. They had fulfilled the wishes of the various clans here. Chu Yang had been planning and guiding all of this ever since he came to the 3 heavens. He had stirred up a storm and changed the situation of the 3 heavens. He came to the 3 heavens empty-handed. In a year, the world had been turned upside down. But after he succeeded, he disappeared without a trace. He left all the fruits of his victory to his brothers. How could the few of them not feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife after a long time? Let's go! Gu Duxing suddenly turned around and strode out. 2 drops of tears fell onto the ground at the same time as he turned around. The few of them turned around at the same time and walked down the mountain. Everyone walked slower and slower. Finally, when they were about to reach the bottom of the mountain, they all stopped in their tracks. They looked back. How they hoped that Chu Yang could jump out and appear in front of everyone at this moment. But even when everyone's eyes were sore, there was still nothing. The wind slowly grew stronger. Snowflakes flew everywhere and made sounds on everyone's bodies. But the few of them stood there quietly and looked at the Lake of Despair that was covered in snowflakes. They didn't even blink. After a long time, Gu Duxing let out a long roar and flew up like a shooting star. He became one with his sword in midair and disappeared into the wind and snow in a flash. Only his long roar became louder and louder as he went further and further away. It resonated through the clouds and didn't stop for a long time. Mo Tianji waved his sleeves and went down the mountain without saying a word. Ao Xiaoyun and Xie Danqiong stood side by side and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, they sighed deeply and went down the mountain together. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Huyan Aobua stood at the entrance of the mountain. After a long time, GMO suddenly shouted with all his might, "Boss! We'll wait for you to come back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cold wind flowed back into his mouth and turned into a whimper. The three of them stood there for a long time. Then a gust of wind and snow swept over and covered their figures. Not long after, Mo Tianji and the rest went down the mountain. With two whooshing sounds, two figures appeared as if they were riding on clouds. They silently flew into the heavenly sword mountain from outer space. The two of them were like two illusions. They stood on the two stone tablets on the Lake of Despair, one on the left and the other on the right. Their eyes turned and their spiritual senses instantly covered the entire sky, Sword Peak. Nothing unusual. One of them said in a low voice, "If there is no abnormality, then there is an abnormality," another person said coldly. "That word should be calamity phenomenon." The first person said, "Could it be that one of the calamities is under this lake?" "Very likely." The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, they waved their sleeves at the same time. With a whoosh, all the hot spring water in the Lake of Death surged up at the same time. It split into two halves and flew into the air. It was as if two walls of water had suddenly appeared in midair. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. The Lake of Despair instantly dried up. There was not a single drop of water left. The flat ground below was exposed, and there was nothing there. The two of them had actually dried up the entire Lake of Despair with a wave of their hands. What kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine technique was this? The two of them looked at the same time and saw a small pile of fine powder on the same spot. "It is indeed the Calamity Sword Master," one of them said. "But this Calamity Sword Master is obviously different." The other person's voice was still cold. The first person thought for a while and laughed. "He is indeed different." The other person's eyes flashed and said, "This is the first one, right?" The first person seemed to think for a while and said, "Starting from the sword, this is the 8th one, right?" "Oh, we haven't returned for 10,000 years. This is the first one." "It's about time." The first person smiled faintly and said, "Very soon we will have an opponent." The other person laughed softly and said, "I'm looking forward to it." The two of them turned and looked at the bottom of the lake at the same time. It was an extremely secluded place. At the bottom, there was a narrow passageway that emitted a faint, eerie fog. "It seems like this entrance is still fine. It's enough to support us." One of them sniffed and said, "Yes, a large number of heroes have died here in the past few days." "That's how it is." The other person snorted and said, "As long as the entrance doesn't collapse, it's a good thing." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They exerted strength in their feet and injected their divine senses into the stone statues beneath them. Then they retracted their hands, and the two water walls in mid-air fell with a whoosh. They were so huge and heavy, but once they fell into the Lake of Despair, they didn't make a single sound. The lake water instantly filled up, and there were no ripples. The two of them laughed and leaped up. They floated through the clouds as if they weren't affected by gravity at all. They flew out just like that. From afar, one of them laughed softly. "The first calamity, Sword Master, I'm looking forward to it." The voice disappeared. The 3 days finally came to an end. After losing Chu Yang's brothers seemed to have suddenly grown up and matured. The 3 days entered a period of unification. The Mo clan, Ao clan, Xie clan, Gu clan, Dong clan, Ji clan, and Luo clan completely took over the territories that originally belonged to the Meng clan, Tian clan, O clan, Zhao clan, Li clan, Tu clan, Black Devil clan, and so on. These few clans cooperated sincerely and started to rule the 3 heavens with an iron fist. The master of abacus and calculation, Mo Tianji, held great power in his hands. He cleaned up the entire three heavens, other than the dark bamboo. All the other powers were wiped out. Those who didn't submit were quickly wiped out by the few clans. 3 days after the chaos of the Jianghu, the world had entered a relatively peaceful era. At the same time, an organization called the Heavenly Ping Pavilion rose rapidly. Its members were very famous. The solitary Sword Emperor, Gu Duxing, the Master of Abacus and Calculation, Mo Tianji, the Evil Duke, Ao Xiayin, the Viburnum Flower, Xie Danqiong, the Lonely Swordsman, GMO, the Wolf Lord, Luo Kadi. These few people seemed to advance together. They dominated the three heavens and laughed proudly in the martial world. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's heavenly armament orders were everywhere. They were famous and unparalleled for a time. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's strength was growing stronger by the day. It was developing at a speed that had never been seen before in the history of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The few pavilion masters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion rarely smiled. Every one of them seemed to be cast from the same mold. They were cold and unapproachable. Only when someone broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation, at the peak of the Heavenly Sword Peak, there would be one or a few people standing in front of the Lake of Death for a long time. Or there would be a few people who didn't know fatigue and jumped into the Lake of Death with a huge boulder. Then they would use all their strength to dive down. Although they had never succeeded, if someone calculated, they would realize that the frequency of this happening was very high. Almost every once in a while, someone would appear there, and the person who appeared must have broken through. Moreover, the depth of their dive was also increasing with each dive. The upper three heavens was a mysterious world. It was completely different from the three heavens and the lower three heavens. The lower three heavens was a place where the empires fought for hegemony. It could be said that it was a vast land with abundant resources. Although the population of the upper three heavens was smaller, it was definitely not smaller than the lower three heavens in terms of size. The upper three heavens was 3 times the size of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens combined. The lower three heavens was filled with schemes and wits. The upper three heavens was filled with iron and blood. However, in the upper three heavens, if there was only wits and no martial strength, one would definitely not be at the peak. If there was only martial strength and no wits, it would be even more difficult to advance. At the peak, there was a huge ruling clan. Other than that, there were many other big powers. Each clan had their own territory. Various big sects were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Strange people were not rare. At the peak, there were people who oversaw everything. This was a place with rules, organic chlorine, a foundation, traditions, culture, and laws. This was a place with rules and regulations. It was like a place that combined all the characteristics of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. It was like adding oil and sauce to form a separate continent. There were only things that one could not imagine. Nothing did not exist. This was a colorful world. In the upper three heavens, there was a clear standard of good and evil. There was a clear code of conduct. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. In the upper three heavens, the flat mountain ridge. Although this place was called the flat mountain ridge and seemed to be just a mountain ridge, it was actually a huge human gathering area. Just the flat mountain ridge included countless valleys, mountains, plains, and hills. The number of people living there was also hundreds of thousands of people. And the Chu clan was one of the 3 big clans that dominated the flat mountain ridge. The Chu clan was not a super clan, nor was it one of the big dominant clans. However, the Chu clan strength was also extremely powerful. The elder ancestor was in charge of the clan. There were countless experts in the clan. The 4 brothers of the Chu clan's direct bloodline were all dragons among men. Their cultivation was not ordinary. They were known as the 4 heroes of the Chu clan, the heroes of the flat mountain ridge. The 4 brothers' cultivation was superb, and their wits were outstanding. After the eldest brother, Chu Failing, married the youngest sister of the Yang clan from the Aspen Valley. The reputation of the Chu clan was even more powerful. However, the good times did not last long. In less than 2 years, the eldest brother of the Chu clan, Chu Failing, suddenly met with an accident. He was chased and fled with his wife, who had just given birth. After the chase, although the couple was lucky enough to escape, they lost their newborn child. From then on, Chu Failing was almost unable to recover from the setback. He rarely went out, as if he was defeated by this tragic blow. The new leader of the Chu clan became the second brother of the Chu clan, Chu Failong. Chu Failong was both skillful and intelligent. In a short period of time, he actually made the Chu clan, which had suffered a setback, rise again. This made everyone look at him in a different light. On this day, a horse carriage rushed into the gate of the Chu clan at lightning speed. Chu Failing, who had not appeared in front of others for a long time, actually drove the carriage himself. On his face, there was both excitement and worry. It seemed that he was very anxious. When he reached the gate of the Chu clan, he did not stop and directly rushed in. Suddenly, the Chu clan was in chaos. After a while, there was a piece of news. The eldest grandson of the Chu clan, who had been missing for 10 years, was actually found. Today, he returned to the clan. Chapter 733. In the study room of the Chu clan, the current clan master, Old Master Chu Xiongqing, was putting a map back to its original position. He sighed. Flat Mountain Ridge is so big. How can it be united? Moreover, each of the 3 big clans is doing their own thing. Isn't this a joke? If the Chu clan forcefully conquers, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not just 2 big clans. Old Master Chu sighed. His broken eyebrows were almost squeezed together. To Chu Xiongqing, he was already satisfied that the Chu clan had been guarding the Flat Mountain Ridge for generations. The Chu clan had grown stronger and stronger. Moreover, his descendants were all working hard now. It wouldn't be difficult for them to achieve great things in the future. As the clan master of the older generation, Chu Xiongqing was already very satisfied. As for the annexation of Flat Mountain Ridge, the Chu clan would be the only big clan and complete the mission of the big clans. Chu Xiongqing didn't even think about it. Since the world is stable, why should we kill each other when the 3 Stars Divine clan is still thriving? Everyone just wants to protect themselves and develop steadily. It's fine, of course. Old Master Chu definitely didn't know that his eldest grandson had returned to the Chu clan. This king of hell, Chu, overturned the entire lower 3 heavens and changed dynasties. With a wave of his hands, the lower 3 heavens changed. In just 2 years, he had overturned 2 planes. Such scheming martial arts could be said to be unparalleled in the world. If Chu Xiongqing knew about this, he wouldn't care about the Chu clan's current problems. The problem was he didn't know. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. It seemed like someone was shouting, yelling, and running around. The entire Chu clan was like a pot of boiling water. Old Master Chu frowned. He pushed open the window and shouted, "What's the matter? It's a mess. Why is there a ghost in broad daylight?" Old Master Chu was born in the pugilistic world. Although he had studied for a few days, he still felt that there were too many twists and turns in the minds of scholars. Therefore, he looked down on them. A guard was scared out of his wits and threw him over. "Clan Master, Master is back." "So what if he's back? What's so great about that?" Chu Xiongqing said angrily, "Are you all hoping that he won't come back? What's so shocking? This old man thought you had seen a ghost." No. The guard was sweating profusely. "The problem is that you didn't come back alone. He came back with young mistress?" Chu Xiongqing's broken eyebrows twitched, and he almost wanted to jump out of the window. "Bastard! If he doesn't come back with your young mistress, is he going to find a mistress?" Does he have the guts to do that when he sees his wife? The guard's face was full of black lines. Did he bring back the young master who had been missing for 10 years? What do you mean, missing for 10 years? Chu Xiongqing only said half a sentence. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and gasped for breath. You brat! What did you say? Suddenly, he jumped out of the window and grabbed the guard's neck. Say it again. Yes, the eldest young master, who has been missing for 10 years, has been found. The guard's expression was very pitiful, and his voice sounded like a chicken being slaughtered. His neck was choked, and his feet were off the ground. Fuck! Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xiongqing said angrily at the boss's place. I'll go take a look. Just as the guard nodded, old Master Chu had already disappeared. The guard fell to the ground and coughed a few times with his hands on his throat. Finally, he rolled his eyes and got up. I still wanted to get some reward, but I didn't expect to be beaten up, damn it. While he was muttering to himself, a white, glowing object suddenly flew back and hit him on the back of his head. He was immediately knocked to the ground, and a visible bump appeared on his head. Old Master Chu's voice came from afar. I'll reward you with a piece of white crystal, ha ha ha. The guard touched his unicorn-like head and wanted to cry. I'd rather you didn't reward me. The Chu clan was in an uproar. The so-called direct bloodline. What was the direct bloodline? According to the rules of the clan, it was passed down to the elder and not the younger generation. The eldest grandson was the true direct bloodline in the traditional sense of the clan. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chu Xiongqing's eldest grandson was Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling's eldest grandson. He only had one son. In other words, the true direct bloodline of the Chu clan was only this one. Of course, if Chu Feilong or other brothers took over, it would be a different story. Chu Xiongqing had been worried about this. If the eldest grandson didn't take over, and the second grandson took over, this would be a sign of chaos in the clan. Now, when he heard that his eldest grandson had suddenly returned, how could old Master Chu not be excited? Chu Feiling's small courtyard was already full of people. Everyone in the Chu clan was gathering here. The fourth son of the Chu clan, Chu Fian, landed. His eyes were brimming with tears. Damn it, I've been searching for 18 years. Now, I've finally come to an end. In the future, I'll be free. He rushed in like a gust of wind. Big brother, I heard that you found the little brat? Once he entered, he was shocked by the heavy atmosphere in the room. Chu Feiling raised his head with bloodshot eyes. Yes, I found him, Sai. He sighed. Unexpectedly, there was unspeakable sorrow in his voice. What happened? Chu Fian was stunned. He's injured and unconscious. Chu Feiling rubbed his temples. Chu Fian was dumbfounded. He naturally knew what Chu Feiling meant by unconscious. If even Chu Feiling had such an expression, then the Chu clan might not be able to do anything. If there was a little hope, Chu Feiling wouldn't be so sad. Where is he? Where's my grandson? Old Master Chu Xiongqing suddenly appeared with a loud roar. Inside, Chu Fian stretched out his hand. Before Chu Feiling could stop him, old Master Chu had already rushed in. Waha, little brat, why aren't you kowtowing? Grandpa has a big gift. Chu Xiongqing was in high spirits. All these years he had suffered a lot from his in-laws, but he couldn't refute them. Now that he heard that someone from the Yang clan was here, old Master Chu immediately ran away, regardless of whether it was an elder or a young one. Now that his grandson was back, it meant that all his worries were gone. However, before he could finish his sentence, his words were suddenly stuck in his throat. What's going on? Old Master Chu stood in front of the bed in a daze. Half of young Rua Lan's body was on the bed, and she held her son in her arms. She raised her head reluctantly and smiled. Father-in-law is here. What's wrong? Chu Xiongqing looked at the young man on the bed and stretched his neck. Injured, unconscious. Yang Ruolan sighed softly. It's already the next day. This. Old Master, Chu suddenly trembled. Don't tell me. Halfway through a sentence, he almost wanted to slap himself. If there's hope to save him, why would my daughter-in-law act like this? He couldn't help but sigh. He glanced sideways and saw a dazzling purple light. Isn't this the purple crystal jade essence? In the unconscious son's palm, a ray of purple light shone out. In his palm, there was a piece of purple crystal. Chu Xiongqing's heart trembled. He gently took Sun's hand and wanted to take out the purple crystal to take a look. However, although Chu Yang was unconscious, his hand was tightly clenched, and he couldn't take it out. If he wanted to take it out, he would have to break all 5 of his fingers. He seems to know that this is the only hope for him to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. He actually refuses to let go. Yang Ruolan's tears flowed down. My poor child! Ah! Chu Xiongqing sighed. He stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly for a while. Then he walked out. I'll ask the elder if there's any way. If there's really no way, I'll personally make a trip to the Medicine Valley. Yang Ruolan's eyes brightened, and she said, Thank you, eunuch. Chu Xiongqing sighed. What are you thanking me for? He's your son, but isn't he my eldest grandson? Don't tell me that I feel better in my heart. At this moment, a clear voice was heard from outside. Big brother, congratulations. I heard that my eldest nephew has finally been found. Haha, this is a joyous occasion for our clan. It was the second son of the Chu clan, Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong's voice was filled with gratification and blessings from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have finally heaved a sigh of relief. The heavens have taken pity on us. My eldest nephew has been gone for 18 years. Now we're finally reunited. The Chu clan finally has a successor. Sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured. This is really worth celebrating. When Chu Feilong arrived, the 100 or so people in front of Chu Feiling's door suddenly dispersed. Their gazes were evasive and their footsteps were light. It was as if they had seen a monster. Chu Feiling and Chu Feiyan, who were inside, both frowned. In the inner chamber, Yang Ruolan also frowned. She seemed to be about to flare up, but she only sighed in the end. Chu Xiongqing's face turned black. Everyone could tell that Chu Feilong's words were from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was giving his blessings wholeheartedly. However, his words were too hurtful. The Chu clan finally has a successor. Sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured. This sentence had a profound meaning. Chu Feiling had a son, and Chu Feilong had more than one. Since when did the Chu clan not have a successor? Even the third brother, Chu Feihan, had a daughter. As for the next sentence, sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured. It was as if Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling were determined to take over the position of the eldest grandson. Chu Feiyan's face changed slightly. He raised his head and looked at his eldest brother and second brother. Suddenly, he felt a surge of undercurrents. He thought, what's wrong? Second brother seems a little abnormal today. Second brother, thank you for your concern. Chu Feiling smiled faintly and said, This sentence also had a double meaning. Chu Feilong smiled gently and said worriedly, But I wonder how my eldest nephew is now. Eldest brother, can I go in and take a look? Chu Feiling stepped aside. Second brother, please go ahead. We're brothers from the same mother. As his second uncle, it's natural for you to take a look at your nephew. After all, we haven't seen each other for 18.5 years. Chapter 734. Chu Feilong laughed and stepped into the room. He said, Sister-in-law, Feilong is here to visit. Before entering the inner room, he had to inform her first. After all, Big brother's inner room was sister-in-law's territory. Come in. Chu Xiongqing shouted angrily. Chu Failong was stunned. He didn't expect his father to be here first. He even made a face at Chu Failing and Chu Fian. He complained softly, "The two of you are really something. You know that old master is here, but you still let me take the thunder." After he finished speaking, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chu Failing sighed in his heart. Chu Fian's doubts were swept away. He laughed and said, "Second brother is really unlucky this time," Chu Failing snorted. When Chu Failong entered the inner room, he saw two pairs of eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. He laughed awkwardly. "Father, sister-in-law, you bastard." Chu Xiongqing was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. After all, it was fine if you understood Chu Failong's words as a form of concern. However, if you misunderstood it, it was fine, especially as the clan master. He couldn't say such things casually. Once he made a mistake, it would be too late for him to cry. "This is my nephew, right?" Chu Failong took a step forward and looked at Chu Yang, who was on the bed. He took a light breath and said, "You're indeed a talent. Sigh, it's a pity. Father, do you have any good ideas?" Chu Xiongqing said angrily, "If I had any ideas, would I still be sitting here like this? Are you fucking slapping my face?" Chu Failong smiled apologetically. "I don't know how to speak." Chu Xiongqing snorted. Suddenly, Chu Failong thought for a while and said, "Sister-in-law, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Yang Rulin stroked her nephew's hair and said lightly, "Say it." Chu Failong smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister-in-law, this nephew, I don't know if you verified it before. Cough, cough, I don't mean anything else. It's just that our Chu clan is big, and it's inevitable that there will be imposters. Cough, cough. I'm just saying it casually." However, his words immediately made Chu Xiongqing raise his guard. Only then did the old man remember that he had been too happy to ask this important question. If he mistook Feng Jing for Ma Liang and brought someone else's child home, making a fool of himself was a small matter. But would the Chu family's foundation fall into someone else's hands? After taking a closer look, Chu Xiongqing said suspiciously, "Second brother, I think this child isn't fake. Look, he looks so much like your eldest brother when he was in his teens." Chu Failong smiled bitterly. "Father, looks alike. Every child that the Chu clan has brought back in the past 18 years looks like Big Brother when he was young. The most important thing is the verification of the bloodline." "Father, I remember that there is a way." "Not bad." Chu Xiongqing immediately said, "I remember that old Yang told me about a method called blood of the tongue, purple crystal hum? This can't be faked." Chu Failong clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Isn't this the purple crystal? Let's give it a try. Won't the truth be out then?" Yang Ruolan's face turned as cold as ice. She said slowly, "Eunuch and second brother, are you saying that we should take out this piece of purple crystal jade essence now, and then take the blood of this child's tongue to verify his identity?" Chu Failong said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, I know that this matter is really difficult for you. Everyone has sons and daughters. A child is like a piece of flesh that has fallen from the mother's body. How can we not feel heartache? Not to mention taking the blood of the tongue. Even if it's just a little bit of flesh, as a parent, our hearts will feel as if it's being cut by a knife." He paused for a while and continued earnestly, "But now we have to verify my nephew's identity. You have to know, from a young age, no matter whether it's the figure or appearance, there are many changes. Who knows what a child will look like when he grows up? But no matter what, the bloodline can't be changed." Chu Failong took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "If sister-in-law trusts me, I'll do this personally. I'll naturally reduce my nephew's pain to the minimum. I'm sure of this." Chu Failong's words were sincere, and his voice was filled with emotion. His voice and his sincerity moved Chu Xiongqing. He stroked his beard and said, "These words make sense. I don't agree." Yang Ruolan said sternly, "The child is unconscious now. How can he bear such pain? Furthermore, he's holding the purple crystal jade essence tightly in his hand. We can't take it out at all. If we want to take it out by force, we'll have to break his fingers. How can we do that?" She said indignantly, "The child values the purple crystal jade essence so much. Isn't this enough to prove it? Moreover, a mother's heart is linked. When I saw him, I knew that he was my son. Don't tell me this is also a lie." Chu Xiongcheng stroked his beard and muttered, "These words make sense." Chu Fei Long smiled calmly and said, "Sister-in-law, you're overthinking, and your words are too serious. How dare Fei Long question his sister-in-law? But, sister-in-law, if you put yourself in my shoes, you've lost your child for 18.5 years. It's such a long time. How can you say that a child is your son when you see him?" He smiled bitterly and said, "Then, you insist on the family's agreement. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a little too childish?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "Besides, extracting the blood from the tip of the tongue isn't a big deal at all. It's just a simple prick of the needle, and it's done before anyone even realizes it. As for his finger," Chu Fei Long frowned and said in an arrogant voice, "How can a man not bleed in this chaotic world? Who doesn't get hurt? For a few pieces of purple crystals and white crystals, they can even turn the world upside down and leave corpses everywhere. What's more, this is an important matter for the heir of a big family. It's just 5 fingers, but they can prove his bloodline. Even if they're broken, so what? Moreover, Lu Eng's injury isn't unrecoverable. The Chu family has many miraculous medicines. As long as it's proven that he's my eldest nephew, we'll not only treat his injuries, but also provide him with all our resources for his cultivation. We'll hope that he'll achieve something soon and bring glory to our ancestors. But if it's proven that he's not of our Chu family's bloodline, then what's the point of losing his 5 fingers?" He laughed coldly. "Not only his 5 fingers, even the rest of his bones will be broken and interrogated. Who came up with such an idea to destroy our Chu family's bloodline so effortlessly?" Chu Fei Ling and Chu Fei Yen had already quietly entered the room and were listening to these words. It had to be said that Chu Fei Long's words were reasonable. From the big and small points, strengths and weaknesses, as well as the distance and near, they were all considered. It was impeccable. Chu Fian recognized Chu Yang. But at this moment, Chu Fei Long, Yang Ruolan, and Chu Xiongcheng were all covered up and couldn't see them. When he heard Chu Fei Long's words, he couldn't help but agree. Second brother's words make sense. Chu Fei Ling suddenly turned his head and glared at him angrily. Yang Ruolan laughed coldly and said resolutely, "No matter what you say, I won't agree. This is my son. I'll fight with whoever dares to touch him." Old Master Chu Xiongqing frowned and persuaded, "Ruolan, look at this matter. Since you're so confident, we're only going to verify his identity. Don't tell me that we don't even have the right to verify the identity of our Chu family's grandson?" Yang Ruolan said blankly, "We need to verify his identity, but not now. If we don't want to verify his identity now, we'll have to break my son's 5 fingers. I won't allow that. If we really want to verify his identity, then we'll have to wait until my son wakes up." Chu Fei Long's eyes flashed and he said, "What if he doesn't wake up?" "Then we'll wait," Yang Ruolan said resolutely. "We'll wait until he wakes up." "Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, what's your intention for delaying time like this?" Chu Fei Long took a breath and said solemnly, "Time is the most precious thing. 2 hours can destroy a clan. 3 days and 3 nights is enough to change a dynasty." He sighed softly. "Sister-in-law, if we continue to delay, who knows where the crisis will be?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiongqing and Chu Fian were both shocked and moved. Although the Chu clan was one of the 3 superpowers in the flat mountain ridge, The three superpowers were in turmoil now for unknown reasons. They heard that it was because of the tribulation's swordmaster, and that the higher-ups had made arrangements. The next step for the flat mountain ridge was to unify. At such a time, the three superpowers were willing to do anything. And Chu Fei-ling had found his son at such a critical juncture? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Chu Fei-ku's face was solemn and worried, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Yang Ruolin already had one foot in her trap. After he received the news, he didn't make any moves on the surface, but secretly started to investigate. He soon found out that Chu Yang was holding on to the purple crystal jade essence tightly. So when he came personally and saw Chu Yang holding on to the purple crystal jade essence, he was even more determined. In fact, when he saw Chu Yang, who looked almost the same as his elder brother when he was young, he had already confirmed that this was true, but he couldn't admit it. Not only could he not admit it, but this was also an important time to attack Chu Fei-ling. Once he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for life. As long as Yang Ruolan left the Chu clan with her son, Chu Fei-ling's father-in-law, who was a powerful helper, would be half destroyed. So he insisted on verifying the identity of his son. He understood what a loving mother meant. Her son, who had been missing for 18 years, had returned to her side and was unconscious. Which mother would be so cruel as to break her son's 5 fingers to verify his identity at such a time? She would rather die than do that. So, as long as you don't agree, I have my ways. What I'm afraid of is that you're willing, Yang Ruolan said coldly and resolutely. No matter what, whoever dares to touch my son will have to step over my dead body first. Chu Fei-ling's body shook, and he said hoarsely, Ruolan. Yang Ruolan tilted her head and stubbornly ignored him. Chu Fei-long shook his head and sighed. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he whispered, Sister-in-law, this matter can't be arranged by the Yang clan. Chapter 735. The King of Hell Wakes Up. Yang Ruolan squinted her eyes. What do you mean? Chu Fei-long sighed and said, This is a matter that concerns the future of our Chu clan. Sister-in-law, why do you insist on stopping us? He suddenly said with grief and indignation, Sister-in-law, what are your intentions? You insist that this is your son. We want to verify his identity and ensure the purity of his bloodline. But you're obstructing us again. You're even threatening us with your life just to verify his identity. Chu Fei-long shook his head and sighed. His face was solemn. I really don't want to suspect you, sister-in-law. Chu Xiongqing and Chu Fei-yen lowered their heads as they heard this. Chu Fei-long's words were reasonable and logical. Everyone couldn't help but think too much about it. In the eyes of men, even if they had to lose an arm to prove their innocence, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. What's more, it's just 5 fingers. In the Jianghu, who hadn't paid a price that was more serious than these 5 fingers, for the Chu clan to be able to stand in the upper 3 heavens. How many people had died, let alone 5 fingers? But they didn't realize how cruel it was to break the fingers of a mother who owed 18 years of debt to her son in front of her. Chu Fei-long made use of the iron-blooded indifference of the people in the martial world and the feelings of a mother who was full of guilt. He knew that even if Yang Ruolan died, she wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single strand of her son's hair. That's why he provoked her so unscrupulously. Moreover, he was acting like a loyal and righteous person, justifying his coercion. Chu Fei-long, you're too much. Chu Fei-ling stepped forward and said angrily, How dare you speak to your sister-in-law like this? I'm sorry, big brother. Chu Fei-long's face was solemn and helpless. Please believe me. I don't want to suspect my sister-in-law more than anyone else. But you're still suspicious. Chu Fei-ling said angrily, You don't believe your sister-in-law, but do you believe my words? I've said that this is my son, my only son. He's the descendant whom the Chu clan owes 18 years of debt. Is that enough? Not enough. Chu Fai Long straightened his back and said frankly, "Big brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm more convinced that the blood of the tip of the tongue and the hum of the amethyst, that is the bloodline that has been recognized since birth." His eyes were filled with guilt as he said, "Big brother, I know that you and sister-in-law can't bear to part with her. But how can this kind of thing be taken lightly? Love is long, but the heroic spirit is short. If there's really such a scheme, then it's a small matter for our Chu clan to become a laughingstock. It's a huge matter if we end up giving away all the blood and sweat that our ancestors have sacrificed for us." As he said till here, Chu Fei Long's face was full of pain. He suddenly stood up and took 2 steps back. He tidied his clothes and knelt down. He said with a sorrowful face, "Big brother, please be ruthless for the sake of our Chu clan. Sister-in-law, even if I'm being unreasonable today, please show me the evidence. For the sake of the Chu clan, for the sake of the clan, for the sake of Sun Wandai, and for the sake of the blood of our ancestors." Chu Fei Long knelt down. His tears actually dripped down, but he didn't even blink. He shouted painfully, "Big brother, sister-in-law, please grant me my wish." Everyone was shocked when Chu Fei Long knelt down. Old Master Chu Xiongcheng looked at his second son with a complicated expression. There were some tears in his eyes, but there was also a trace of relief. A man should have gold under his knees. If he wasn't forced to the extreme, how could Chu Fei Long, the current head of the Chu clan, be so compromising and kneel on the ground? It could be seen that Chu Fei Long was loyal to his clan. He valued the inheritance of his bloodline even more. For the Chu clan to have such a grandson, it was enough to comfort their ancestors. Chu Fei Yen stood by one side. This upright 4th son of the Chu clan was also deeply moved by Chu Fei Long at this moment. He couldn't help but say, "Big brother." Chu Fei Ling gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was well aware of Chu Fei Long's intentions. He had always known that his second brother was cunning and sly, but he really didn't expect Chu Fei Long to be able to do things to such an extent. In front of Chu Xiongqing, Chu Fei Yen, and Chu Fei Long, Chu Fei Ling didn't have any way out. There was no way out. "Chu Fei Long, how are you? You're so vicious." Chu Fei Ling almost vomited blood. Chu Fei Long knelt down. His face was full of loyalty. He looked straight into Chu Fei Ling's eyes and said sorrowfully, "Big brother, if you don't agree, I will kneel here until I die." His voice was fierce and resolute. Chu Xiongqing sighed. "Fei Ling, your second brother has already knelt down in front of you. What else do you want? Don't tell me you really want him to die." Chu Fei Ling suddenly turned back and looked at his father with grief and indignation. He said sorrowfully, "Father, don't say any more. Let me ask you, your second brother, didn't he do it for our Chu clan? For our clan? Isn't it for you? What else do you want?" Chu Xiongqing shouted. Chu Fei Ling trembled. "Father, this poor child has been abandoned by us for 18 years. 18 years. He screamed. For 18 years, we didn't do anything for him. How did he grow up? It's really tough. Now that he's finally returned to the clan, he's going to cut off his fingers." He screamed, "Father, how can you bear to do this? He's your grandson." Chu Xiongqing sighed and his eyes became wet. Chu Fei Long knelt on the ground and said resolutely, "Big brother, it's too early to say the words grandson. Before we verify his identity, who can be sure that he's my grandson?" He raised his head and said loudly, "Of course, if we verify his identity, he's indeed the descendant of our Chu clan. Then we'll compensate him in the future. We'll get whatever we want. But if not, our Chu clan can't afford to lose face like this and can't bear such a loss. Big brother, can you stop being so muddle-headed? Brother, I'm begging you, begging you." "Shut up!" Chu Fei Ling said angrily. Chu Fei Long. Don't think that the tricks you've played all these years. He was furious and was about to say everything. Enough. Yang Ruolan suddenly interrupted him. She looked at Chu Fei Long, Chu Fei Yan, and Chu Xiongqing. After that, she looked away and looked at her son lovingly. Her gaze was extremely gentle and resolute. She knew that although the two of them knew that Chu Fei Long was the one who did all those things, they didn't have any evidence at all. If Chu Fei Ling said it now, he would definitely be blamed by Chu Fei Long. In that case, once a conflict broke out, Chu Fei Long's fingers would definitely be cut off with Chu Xiongqing present. She took a deep breath, and her voice calmed down. I just want to ask the Chu family, is it necessary to carry out the bloodline test today? The Chu clan. Yang Ruolan had already proven her determination by saying these words. For her son, she would rather not be a member of the Chu clan. Of course. Absolutely. Sister-in-law, please fulfill my wish. Chu Fei Long said sternly. He had waited so long for this moment. How could he give up this opportunity just because of Yang Ruolan's words? Naturally, he blocked her way out. All right. Yang Ruolan smiled gently. She said calmly, since the Chu clan can't tolerate my son, I'll take him away. Aren't you afraid that my son is fake? As long as I take him away, it won't matter if he's real or fake, right? Leave. Where are you going? Chu Fei Ling was shocked. Ruolan, don't be rash. Yang Ruolan shook her head calmly. I'm not rash. I'm leaving here to return to the Yang clan. She lowered her head and looked at her son's face. She said slowly, you won't let him take the surname Chu, but I can let him take the surname Yang. Chu Fei Long heaved a sigh of relief secretly and said, Sister-in-law, why do you have to do this for such a simple matter? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, Yes, why do you have to do this for such a simple matter? Everyone heard Chu Fei Long's words. Naturally, they knew that he was the one who said this. However, the second voice was unfamiliar to everyone. This voice was very calm and indifferent. Furthermore, it was filled with disdain and arrogance. The voice was clear, but every word was enunciated clearly. Furthermore, this voice was filled with weakness. He seemed to be out of breath, which made people who heard him couldn't help but worry that he wouldn't have the strength to continue after saying the first word. However, he said every word clearly. Although he was weak, he said it in one breath. The only strange thing was that no one had heard this voice before. Everyone was stunned. Even Yang Ruolan and Chu Fei Ling were stunned. An instant later, everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked at the unconscious youth on the bed. He had already opened his eyes. He didn't seem to have any strength, but his eyes were as clear as autumn water. Everyone was dumbstruck. Chu Yang. Everyone argued for a long time. They all had the same thought, this fellow won't wake up. But at this moment, this little one had unexpectedly woken up. Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan were overjoyed when he woke up. However, Chu Fei Long, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have lost his mind. This was such a heaven-sent opportunity. At the last moment, this fellow's words caused such a huge change. Their efforts were all for naught. Chu Yang raised his hand with difficulty. The purple crystal jade essence in his palm landed on the bed. He tried his best to smile and said weakly, Since then it's only right to verify my identity, otherwise I would be too embarrassed to stay here. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this fellow to be so reasonable when he woke up. His body was as weak as cotton. Chu Yang coughed a few times and said weakly, As a brother of the Chu clan, how can I not verify my identity? A cold light flashed in his eyes, but because his head was lowered, no one saw it. He coughed a few times and said weakly, This? Second uncle, I don't know if your sons have all been tested? Chapter 736. Chu Yang had been walking on a tightrope. A huge amount of heaven and earth origin energy surged out from the sword guard. An endless amount of divine spirit energy attacked his mind from the soul of the first tribulation sword master that he had devoured. This huge amount of divine spirit energy pushed Chu Yang to the brink of collapse thousands of times in these few days. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope at the speed of a turtle on a cliff covered with ice and snow. Furthermore, the tightrope was slippery because of the ice and snow. If he wasn't careful, he would be smashed into pieces. He didn't even know how long he had been unconscious for, until there was a period of time when he felt as if he was in a warm embrace. It was a kind of happiness that was close to a baby's death. He was surrounded by his mother's aura. It was the warmth of a dream that he had yearned for 2 lifetimes. This feeling made him relax a lot. From then on, his progress gradually stabilized until today he suddenly felt that the warm aura suddenly became violent and angry. As if it was filled with pain, this feeling made the unconscious Chu Yang wake up a little. Although it wasn't the best time for Chu Yang to wake up, he almost forced himself to wake up. When he woke up and regained some consciousness, Chu Yang felt that his eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. He felt weak all over, as if he was paralyzed. His body seemed to be floating in the water, but also seemed to be floating in the sky. He couldn't calm down for a long time. There were only vague yet clear words that drilled into his ears, one sentence after another, sentence after sentence, clear yet ethereal, as if he was talking in a dream. After a long time, Chu Yang finally understood. Could it be that he had returned to the Chu clan? What was going on? He didn't have time to think about anything. He only heard people talking more and more fiercely. The matter had already reached the point of no return. Feeling his mother's sadness and anger, Chu Yang opened his eyes recklessly. This second uncle, I don't know if your sons have all been tested? Chu Yang's words were earth-shattering. Me? What do I need to test? Chu Fei Long was stunned. He subconsciously said, my children aren't lost. Chu Yang smiled weakly. He forced himself to be alert and quickly changed the topic. It's just that, I don't know, what are the conditions for testing? How can I do that? Chu Xiongqing looked at the weak young man who was lying on the bed. His gaze was complicated, filled with love and calmness. After a long while, he said, the key is the purple crystal jade essence in your hands. He sighed deeply. Back then, Ruolin's father obtained the purple crystal jade essence. He split it into 2 pieces and asked a friend to help him make 2 jade pendants. One of the pieces was made by using your own blood from the tip of your tongue to break into the jade essence to form the word Chu. If it's really you, I'll extract a drop of blood from the tip of your tongue and pour it into the purple crystal jade essence. When it overlaps with the Chu character, it will naturally fuse and the Chu character will turn golden. That is to verify his identity. Chu Xiongqing said slowly, Father is right. That's exactly the case. Chu Fei Long nodded his head and looked at Chu Yang. He said, kindly, young man, you must know that the purity of the clan's bloodline is related to the inheritance of the clan. Don't harbor any resentment. I am very cooperative. Chu Yang said weakly, I'm more eager than anyone to acknowledge my ancestors and have a family. I've been longing for 10 years hearing this. Yang Ruolin's eyes were filled with tears again. She almost wanted to hug her son tightly and kiss him to her heart's content. This purple crystal jade essence should be something that everyone in the Chu clan can use, right? Chu Yang coughed and said, because, after all, it contains the blood of a descendant of the Chu clan. As long as you're from the Chu clan, you should be able to use it, and there shouldn't be any conflicts. Theoretically, that's the case. Chu Xiongqing touched his beard and faintly felt that Chu Yang's words had other intentions, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Chu Yang couldn't possibly want to stir up any trouble right after he returned, right? Chu Yang panted weakly and said hurriedly, "Then what are you waiting for? Isn't it just a drop of blood? Let's start quickly. I can't wait." Chu Fei Long twitched his mouth in disdain. This country bumpkin seems to have been leaping for a long time. No wonder he's so impatient. Ever since Chu Yang opened his mouth, the fourth son of the Chu clan, Chu Fei Yen, was stunned. Others really hadn't heard this voice before, but Chu Fei Yen had heard it more than once. It's really this little one. Chu Fei Yen wanted to groan out loud. The king of hell, whose name shook the lower three heavens. Chu Fei Yan's face became distorted. If others knew that he had already found him more than a year ago, but didn't have any concrete evidence and didn't bring him back, he had actually dragged on for more than a year. If father, sister-in-law, and elder brother knew, he would definitely not be able to keep his skin and flesh. It would be a miracle if he wasn't skinned alive. Furthermore, if the elder knew that he had done such a thing, he would probably be punished even more severely. He might even be punished to face the wall for decades. That wouldn't be strange at all. The entire clan was looking forward to it. You've already found him, yet you still dragged on for more than a year and a half? What kind of a bastard was this? Therefore, Chu Fei Yen lowered his head and shrank to one side the moment Chu Yang opened his mouth. He thought to himself, if there's really light, then how can I erase this matter? It seems that the root of the problem is still this little one. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Ruolan used her trembling hand to hold a thin needle and gently pricked the tip of Chu Yang's tongue. A drop of red blood seeped out. Chu Xiongcheng waved his hand, and a drop of blood flew out from the tip of Chu Yang's tongue and landed on the purple crystal jade essence. Immediately after, Old Master Chu suddenly let out a sound. His entire body was covered in white light. He had already activated his divine technique to control this drop of blood and imprinted it on the Chu character between the purple crystal jade essence. He originally thought that this would require a lot of strength. However, he didn't expect that the drop of blood would seep in almost instantaneously before he could exert any strength. In the next moment, the drop of blood seemed to have its own consciousness as it climbed onto the Chu word. Then, without any warning, the Chu word suddenly shone brightly and turned into a bright golden color. Around the Chu character on the jade essence, a ring of purple light soared, appearing extremely majestic. Then, a line of small words suddenly appeared in this circle of light. Everyone looked at it. Blood on the tip of the tongue, soul of the purple crystal, the bloodline of the Chu clan, confirmed. The heavenly precision technique is unquestionable. These 24 words were as thin as a strand of hair, but the strokes were clear. They naturally carried a sense of arrogance. It's him. It's definitely him. In the inner chamber, everyone exclaimed in surprise, including Chu Fei Long. His expression now seemed to be that of surprise from the bottom of his heart. "Child, it's been hard on you." Chu Xiongqing cried and hugged Chu Yang in his arms. Chu Yang hissed and exhaled. "Gently, gently, my bones are about to break." His entire body was weak now, just like cotton. After being hugged by Old Master Chu, his bones were almost fractured. Old Master Chu then realized, Oh. He hurriedly let go of him. Although they were already prepared, Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were still shocked by this huge surprise. In that instant, they felt that their hearts were beating like drums and almost jumped out of their throats. The two of them stood there in a daze. For a moment, they couldn't even move. My son. It's really my son. Now, there was no longer any doubt. Even Chu Fei Long didn't have any reason now. Congratulations, elder sister-in-law. Congratulations, elder brother. Chu Fei Long and Chu Fei Yen congratulated at the same time. Their voices were sincere, but which one was sincere and which one was fake? It was worth pondering over. The entire room seemed to be filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The hostility from before seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Chu Fei Long naturally hoped that this matter would pass just like this. He was very depressed now. He had painstakingly built up everything, but it was all gone just like that. How depressed was he? As for Chu Xiongcheng, Old Master naturally didn't want any more twists and turns. After all, they were all from the same clan, and they were all his sons. Old Master didn't want to see any unhappiness. Yang Ruolan and Chu Fei Ling only wanted to chase them away at this moment. Son, I haven't hugged you properly yet. This was a good time to talk. However, some people didn't want this matter to pass just like that. My identity has been verified. Chu Yang panted weakly, and there was a sense of grief and indignation in his voice. Good boy, it's been verified, it's been verified. You're my good grandson. I'll be the first to tear apart anyone who dares to say otherwise. Chu Xiongcheng hurriedly assured and comforted him. His old eyes were still a little red. Poor child. He is so loyal, honest, polite, and sensible. That's great. Then I'm the Chu clan's eldest grandson? Chu Yang's voice was weak, but he persisted in asking. It was as if he would faint after asking this question. Of course. Old Master Chu Xiongcheng gave the final word. That's great. If that's the case, then call the daughters of second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and so on. Let's test them. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief and said in a comforting manner. He said it very briskly, as if he was saying, after holding it in for so long, I can finally take a piss. It feels so good. Come and take a piss too. It was so normal. However, everyone was stunned. Test, test? Why? Old Master Chu was a little dizzy. Grandfather, I'm thinking for the clan. Our Chu clan's bloodline must be pure. For the thousands of years of blood and life of our ancestors. For the purity of our descendants for thousands of years. Chu Yang's voice was so weak that it seemed as if he was about to stop breathing. However, his voice was full of righteousness. His loyal and devoted heart could illuminate the sun and the moon. He said resolutely and decisively, for the clan, for the inheritance, we must test it. This, Old Master Chu was in a difficult position. There's no need for that, right? Chu Fei Long smiled and said, Nephew, my family's situation is different from yours. Your brothers have never gone missing. Chapter 737. Chu Yang's face was full of loyalty and honesty. He even looked a little silly as he said this. His heart was filled with hatred. Damn it! Why would I care about your second uncle? You're obviously up to no good. How dare you bully my mother like this? Damn it! If I don't play with you today, I'd rather not be surnamed Chu. I'll follow my mother's surname Yang. From today onwards, I'll be called Yang Yang. Minister Chu was furious, but on the surface he looked honest and loyal with an innocent face. However, the moment Chu Yang's words left his mouth, everyone in the room was startled. Old Master Chu Xiongqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Finally, he closed his mouth and shook his head. Damn it, I was still praising him just now. I felt that this grandson of mine was very sensible and loyal. I didn't expect him to detonate a bomb with his next sentence. Furthermore, this bomb wasn't an ordinary one. He's really a troublemaker. On the first day he acknowledged his ancestors, he had already offended all three of his uncles. Chu Feiling's face turned black and he turned his head away. Yang Ruolan's face was calm and her heart was comforted. You dare to bully me? I have a son to stand up for me. Chu Feilong, let's see what you're going to do this time. It's so satisfying. You wanted to break my son's finger just now, but my son made you a cuckold the moment he opened his eyes. You're really quick to repay your debt. Awesome. Chu Feilong's square and dignified face instantly turned purple. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't tolerate such words. This was the greatest humiliation for a man. He said angrily, "Big nephew, what do you mean by this?" Chu Yang put on an honest smile and said in a sincere tone, as if he wanted to dig out his own heart, "Second uncle, although this nephew has just entered the clan today, but just now, second uncle was full of righteousness for the clan, and your words and actions were full of loyalty and righteousness. I admire you very much. From that moment on, I've already vowed to learn from you and follow your example. I'll wholeheartedly work for the clan, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords, plunge into a sea of fire, and jump into a pot of boiling oil. We must bring glory to our Chu clan and maintain the purity of our bloodline." He weakly took a few deep breaths before he continued to speak from the bottom of his heart. "Second uncle, you see, although I just entered the family today, my father is the family head, and I am naturally the eldest grandson. How heavy is the responsibility on my shoulders. Now that the heavenly layer is surging, people's hearts are unfathomable, and schemes are emerging endlessly. My Chu clan isn't one of the top ruling clans, right? Their position is rather unstable. Everyone wants to annex them, right? What kind of dire situation is this?" Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. "Such a heavy burden is about to fall on my shoulders. Poor little nephew, how can I bear it? That will require second uncle's assistance." Minister Chu's words were sincere and sincere. His words were full of affection and good intentions. However, everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. Judging from the way this guy spoke, it seemed like he already considered himself to be the future clan head. He actually said, "A heavy burden, small shoulders." Did he say that he wanted you to be the clan head? He actually said, "Second uncle, you have to assist me." What the heck? After Minister Chu finished speaking, he even added, "Second uncle, don't you think so?" Without waiting for Chu Fei Long to reply, Chu Yang had already smoothly continued, "Second uncle, of course, has no objections. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart for the good of the clan." Chu Fei Long had just opened his mouth, but Chu Yang had already finished speaking. He couldn't help but stare. In front of his father and brother, how could he have the face to argue with his eldest nephew? He could only swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Since my position is so important, my responsibility is so heavy." Chu Yang was full of responsibility. He said resolutely, "How can I not give it my all? How can I not do it for the sake of the clan? How can I not ensure the purity of the clan's bloodline? Fortunately, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the purple crystal jade essence and the bloodline of the Chu clan in it, we'll know whether it's pure or not after a test." Chu Yang chuckled and said with great success, "Besides, this isn't a troublesome matter. I just need to call my brothers and sisters over and prick them lightly. Everything will be fine. Furthermore, I don't need to break my fingers. I've already pricked them just now. It doesn't hurt at all." From his tone, it seemed that he was very proud of this idea that he had thought of. "You've indeed pricked them, but what's your situation? Why should others prick them for no reason? Besides, how is this a simple prick? This is simply a humiliation, a complete humiliation. This matter isn't just a matter of bloodline. It's directly related to the survival of the clan." Chu Yang said sincerely, "I know that this matter has offended second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, but seeing that I'm wholeheartedly doing this for the clan, I believe that the few of you won't blame me. Second uncle, why don't you call your brothers over for a test? Everyone will be at ease, right?" After going around in circles, Chu Yang had directly raised this matter to the height that Chu Fei Long had mentioned just now. In fact, it was even higher than that. Furthermore, all these methods were used by Chu Fei Long just now. Now, Minister Chu was using the same method. He was giving Chu Fei Long a taste of his own medicine. Furthermore, he made Chu Fei Long speechless. Chu Fei Yen was sweating profusely at the back. This fellow is a schemer in the lower three heavens. Diwu Qing Ro's huge empire was ruined by him in a year's time. At this moment, second brother, you've really met a troublesome person. It's only the first day, and he's already in such a mess. Furthermore, he's still lying down and unable to get up. If I wait for him to stand up energetically, damn it, luckily I didn't offend him. The one who offended him was second brother. Nonsense. I've never lost my son. What's there to test? There's no need to test. Chu Fei Long angrily rebuked. What accident happened there? Chu Yang was displeased. Second uncle, you're wrong. When did I say that there was an accident? Everyone was exasperated. When did you say that? You kept saying that there was an accident. Furthermore, just because you've never lost your son doesn't mean that he's your son. What if? It's a clan scandal. Let's not talk about it. It's more important to verify his identity. Minister Chu sighed with emotion. Of course, with second uncle's character and charisma, I definitely trust you. However, no matter how good your character is, it's not as good as solid evidence. The most important evidence of our Chu clan's bloodline is the blood of the tongue and the soul of the purple crystal. It's just a small prick. Second uncle, why are you stopping me? Don't tell me you have ulterior motives? Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. Second uncle, you're stubbornly stopping our Chu clan from verifying his identity. What are you up to? Chu Fei Long was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. These words were exactly what he had said to Yang Ruolan just now. He had almost driven Yang Ruolan crazy just now. Now that these words were being said to him, Chu Fei Long finally knew what it felt like to be wronged for no reason. His limbs were cold and his chest was about to explode. Chu Yang sighed and said, Second uncle, it's true, although my brothers aren't lost. But what if? Second uncle, it's a small matter for us to raise someone else's son. However, the Chu clan's legacy and the efforts of our ancestors. How can we? It's really hard to say this. As a junior, I'm embarrassed to say this. Old Master Chu Xiongqing's face turned black. You've even said that you're raising someone else's son, and you're still embarrassed to say it? Chu Feiling felt that his son was a little too much. No matter what, I'm still your second uncle before you fall out with him. But you're being accused of being a cuckold. It's a little inappropriate. Therefore, he wanted to stop Chu Yang. But Yang Ruolan grabbed him and rolled her eyes. Yang Ruolan was feeling very comfortable after hearing this. She felt that she had never felt so good ever since she was a young lady in her maiden home. Chu Yang's words were better than thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. Seeing that Chu Feiling wanted to stop Chu Yang, Yang Ruolan was furious. You bastard, you brainless fool. Can't you see that he's standing up for us? I'm feeling very gratified. Why are you stopping me? Evil creatures. No matter how scheming Chu Feilong was, he was still angered by Chu Yang. He couldn't help but roar. Second uncle, you're right. Those with unknown origins are evil creatures. Chu Yang said in agreement, we have to verify their identities. We can't let those evil creatures of unknown origins exist in our Chu clan. All right, it was just your brothers. But now it's a bunch of evil creatures of unknown origins. Old Master Chu Xiongqing was sitting at one side and had already fainted. Although Old Master Chu had some tricks up his sleeves, he was still a pure warrior in his bones. Everything was direct and efficient. This was his strength. But if he were to be involved in such a conspiracy, it would be better to just cut off his head. Now his eldest grandson and second son were at loggerheads. Old Master Chu couldn't say anything. He couldn't even leave in a huff. He was in a dilemma. You mean you suspect that your second aunt is unfaithful? Chu Fei Long bent down and looked at Chu Yang dangerously. A junior saying that an elder is unfaithful. This was a taboo in any clan. Chu Feilong's question was somewhat sinister. When did I ever say such disgraceful words? Chu Yang cried out as if he had been wronged. You shouldn't accuse me like this. I'm only suspecting the origins of those bastards. When did I mention my second aunt? Second uncle. You're slandering me like this. I'm very sad. He paused and suddenly realized something. Second uncle, in order to avoid verifying their identities, you actually used my second aunt's reputation? How can you do this? No matter what, my second aunt has lived with you for so many years, I'm really embarrassed to say this. Chu Fei Long almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, when he knelt down, Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan had no way out. In less than an hour, Chu Yang had left him with no way out with just a few words. Furthermore, he was only making things difficult for Yang Ruolan. But now, what Chu Yang was doing was 10 times more humiliating than before, and he couldn't retaliate. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.